Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another live stream. And there's a couple of things that we can do today, one of which I am very thoroughly in the middle of, so we're going to keep doing it. One of the things is I put a little more work into that reverb downsampling thing that I wanted to do, because it was going to be a thing where you can kind of steadily dial down the pitch of the entire reverb while keeping it smooth. In fact, arguably more smooth as it goes, because it would start losing high frequencies because the lowered sample rate of the reverb would prevent it from having the high frequencies. Also, this is a espresso and little teacup day. The trouble is, as you've experienced in Crunch Code, it goes into this cursed digital realm. And I started experimenting with this technique using Bezier curves to soften and reconstruct a wave out of an arbitrarily low frequency set of sample points. And I could do that, but I kept getting this cursed digital super sharp harmonic exactly where the sample rate was. And that wouldn't work on mainstream reverbs. But what ended up happening is I just kept bashing away at it and, off days. And I got it to where if I wasn't trying to have a very linear form of, and this means I also have an idea for a D-res that I could make using this, but then I also have a way of probably being able to do the downsampled reverbs and have them actually work. And that is always reset the cycle value to exactly 0 rather than it increases by a speed and then you subtract 1 when it goes beyond 1. And that way, in theory, it should be able to generate its sound and have a very linear flow as you change the knob. But doing that also seems to produce the cursed digital overtone. And if I just reset it to 0 and then make sure that the amounts of increment it gets are always a subdivision of 1, then it lines up perfectly, and I don't seem to run into the problem of the cursed digital overtone. So that's something I could do perhaps later today. But what we're doing to begin today is more of the hit record stuff. Because here's the thing, I have done quite a lot of these, and I've been observing interesting things. Like right now, what you see here is the stuff that I have actually rated, and the dots to the side of them, I've gone in there and added more information because this is chart ratings. This is putting the algorithm to the test. And I did an experiment with Tom Petty's album Damn the Torpedoes, which has numerous hits off of it. I wanted to see whether if I did Damn the Torpedoes and I measured all the tracks, would it give me scores on the hit record meter that corresponded to the chart positions? The answer is no. No, it doesn't do that, but something else is happening, and it does place them all in this range. Like you can see as we go, we have this heavy density. In particular, look here, we've got the range of BC to BD, a really wide variety of things of all different kinds of sound, but they have some characteristics in common. And here's one of the tracks from Tom Petty's Damn the Torpedoes, Refugee. And there are Tom Petty songs off of that album, like Century City, that rate higher on the meter. And that's because they are more saturated and they sort of go continuously harder. But I wonder whether this means it's possible to target, like looky here. AC/DC's Back in Black album is huge, and For Those About to Rock was also huge, but they're not targeting the maximum hype. They're also such hard rock that they're not really #1 hits. Some of these are labeled as yellow because I'm using the yellow for top 100, orange for top 25, and red for top 10, in some cases #1 hit. And there are surprising appearances on this list where stuff is #1 hits and it targets a particular area in this meter. It seems like you need to be able to break into the top area of the A and B tier, but not necessarily blow like here. BE, this is Barry White. This is like disco, and it is instrumental, and it's a bunch of strings and so on. It's very chill, sort of high energy, very round sounding disco music. And it was a ginormous hit, but it doesn't score high on hype, but it gets itself into that zone of enough is happening in the sound. And so if I set this one to play, tell you what, let's do something else. We'll make this a little bit more interesting for people who are watching. We'll shut off bit shift gain, resave the stack in case we need to, but we're now doing the content hiding, so I can do a long stream playing all of this stuff, and you'll hear little bursts of this music as it goes. And I won't, because unfortunately, well, actually, maybe I can set it up so that I can. Give me a second. I'll do this while doing this other thing. SWB2. And then if I turn that down real far and kind of hide it behind my OBS, there we go. So now I'm pumping audio through to stream, and a little bit of it is coming out of my speakers, but just the tiniest amount. And maybe I can even adjust that even further. I can. Okay. So this is a picture of a ginormous hit record that does not rate super high on hype factor. But one of the things we can observe about it is that it has this very dense, smooth cloud of information happening in it. And I would go so far as to say this contains some of the factors that go into a hit record being a hit record. It is going to continue to rise up to a rating of B when it finally gets into, see, it's doing it right now. Apparently that flute solo went over well with people. But it's not always about doing the most incredible hype. Oh yeah, no, there's always been loud music. This goes exactly to 12 dB RMS and fills up with highs exactly to this point. The red dots, as you know, are high frequency peaks. Green dots are where there are peaks, but they are bassy. They don't have high frequencies associated with them. And that is a picture of how Barry White got a #1 hit. And you can see some of these things happening. Like this would be where the band cut out and it's just strings. The blue dots are where peak energy and slew energy synergize, go together to where loud noises and passion and projection come into play. And this is a pretty good picture of how to do a mass market appealing sound in, late 70s, 80s mode, where it's not just all about the intensity of the mid-range. That said, the stuff that really scores super high, as you can see, we've got our A tier up here, and there's some new appearances that I've just measured. So I'm going to go through and continue to do these and talk about them this morning because I need to do it anyhow. And it's proving really interesting. And you can see that Street Fighting Man off A Beggar's Banquet is one of the highest rated actual charting hits, whereas something like Good Morning wasn't a single. It's All Too Much is over the top, but it wasn't a single, and it wasn't actually that big of a hit because it does the sound, but it's a little exhausting. Sgt. Pepper's Reprise, on the other hand, is part of a very popular album, as is Lovely Rita, and they are right up there. Foreplay Long Time, and so on. We've got Cheap Trick showing up there as well, in Foreigner, and Pink Floyd, which did count as a hit. REM also, but check this out. New entry into AA, Ozzy. Ozzy made it to AA on the back of Crazy Train. And this tells me, well, bear in mind, Jonathan, the thing that we're measuring is just abstract sound. It doesn't know what notes are. It doesn't know what beats are. It doesn't know what lyrics are. Any of those things. This is about the sound. And I can show you the part of Crazy Train that took Ozzy into the stratosphere as far as score is concerned, because it's almost immediately doing really well. But one of the interesting things about this, as much as it's a top 100 hit, and for heavy metal like this, that's very rare. That is not common. It's Randy Rhoads. Ozzy also puts forth a completely hit record sound every time he sings. Like, he is lighting up those blue dots like nobody's business. It's extraordinary. I'm going to take a moment and turn up my spaciousness here. Just so that I can get a bit of a sense of what's happening on the stream. And we go back to this, so you can see the output of the plugin. And you can see that in a minute, he's already made it into B tier. And part of that is the sound of these guitars. And there are specific things going on in the guitars that let them do that, and I know what they are. But you can also see Ozzy is actually a little bit brighter than you need to be for doing ultimate hit record type stuff. He's a little bit too intense. It shows in these red dots. Like when he's hitting those high harmonies, a lot of his stuff is, as loud and penetrating and intense as you can have, and then a little bit more. And when you go a little bit more, you start losing the mass audience. Because that's the point where they might turn you off, where certain people might be like, oh, that's too aggressive, I don't want to listen to that. But this is the track that got him a literal Billboard hit. And here's part of how it happened. You've got the singing, of course, and it's extremely strong. You can also see on the zero cross meter that when he sings like there, it is registering. Like you can tell that's the vocal because the pitch is represented in the zero cross meter. You can see where it is. You can also see that it's a broad range of sounds. But then check this out. Here's the Randy Rhoads guitar solo. Here's where it takes off into the absolute stratosphere. And Randy's a great guitar player, but there are certain things about his sound that got this result, and I know what they are. Part of it, I think this is double track. I think he double tracked this. It's one of the great solos. Randy makes a very good solo. But another thing about it, and that's where he got it. The solo takes this into AA territory, where very few records tread. And one of the things I know about how this guitar was recorded for the solo and for his other stuff is that this is the guy who put a Marshall stack for his guitar sound into a corridor, and they did a combination of close mics and distant mics. So he is using the nonlinearity of air to produce a more convincing loud sound out of his bright guitar. Like, that's also part of it, is his Marshall stack. On the one hand, he was rolling all of the bass off on it. That's part of the Randy Rhoads sound, is that it's just cutting the bass so that everything distorts more. So he has a very saturated, distorted sound. But then to round that out, rather than doing like a DI type of sound, think of it like a chorus, but it's like a special chorus. And it's a little bit like When the Levee Breaks, but not really, because a corridor is a very confined space. He's got a lot of really close reflections there. And so it's the polar opposite of, although it's the polar opposite of some modern guitar sounds, but there are other examples like that, and one of them is Judas Priest's British Steel, because British Steel was recorded in a house, in I think Ringo's house. I'm not exactly sure. I think it might have been. And so they let them use the house, and it had a big studio, but they didn't like the studio because it was 70s studio and totally dead, so they just set up all the drums and guitars and things for Judas Priest's British Steel in like bathrooms and hallways and entry foyers and stuff like that. Very similarly to how Jonathan correctly points out When the Levee Breaks, which is in an entrance hall. And so the guitars on British Steel, which I absolutely should record and measure, and that does in fact have hits that I can rate in here, are using guitars with the same type of characteristic. This is also the case for the guitars on Shine On You Crazy Diamond. That guitar intro, dong, 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 the famous guitar intro that sounds so amazing, and it's extremely clean, but it is extremely clean with like a Fender Super Reverb 300 watt super clean amp in the middle of a really big live room. And it's mic'd at a distance. So where you would get a very Fender Twin excruciatingly bright sound if you had a close mic on there, they're in like Abbey, was it? I think it was Abbey Road, yeah. They were in Abbey Road using the Neve console that replaced the TG12345 that they had for Darkside, and they didn't like the Neve console as much and struggled with it a great deal. But then they were also doing stuff like that, so there is 3 examples of ambient loud guitar right there. The Randy Rhoads solo on Crazy Train, which we're looking at right here, the guitar hook on Shine On You Crazy Diamond, and the guitars for British Steel all use that technique. And having demonstrated that, I've got a bunch of other stuff to measure, and so what I'd like to do is go through and start getting some of that sorted out. And we'll start with the Fixx. Let's have a little 80s in our diet. I also know how this was done. This is kind of fun. I'm not sure how distracting it is to have the loud direct noise coming through. But if it works, one thing about it is you can literally hear what you'd be hearing on Evergreen's tracks, except for in that way that I can play anything, including Beatles and Eagles and so on, and Led Zeppelin and whatever. But here's a picture of a very 80s sound. And we know that it's 80s because the high frequencies are filling up this entire space and in fact poking through. If you really want to go 80s, have your high frequencies poke through to here. And not any more than here, but have the high frequencies poke through to here. Have your beats be reinforced by this. That also happens on Nirvana's Nevermind. The drums in particular, I think the kick drum has a point on it that pokes through like this. But yeah, here's another big hit, and I get to rate this one now. And we're going to go through and sort of keep up a running dialogue of what this stuff is about. I could go and make more cups of coffee while... Oh, by the way, I have good news, which is Suadara, who makes the Pamplejuice framework that this is built from, is putting together a clap version. And that's the thing that I'm waiting on to go public with this. And it looks like he's got it together and is, in fact, even supporting Linux. There's 3 platforms included, so that's very exciting. It's not ready quite yet, but he's working on it. And when it is ready, I will do the pull request and build again. Do whatever I need in order to build. It would be, I think, a new version, so I'll push a new tag and maybe do some kind of change in the code so that I can do my end of it and know that I'm initiating it the way that it always will be initiated. But yeah, look at that. This one, you can see it kind of going right up here in the top. There is a yellow line which corresponds to where it is in the song. And we're making it to B tier, and exactly to B tier, not a bit further. I'm going to start concluding that is the way to do a mainstream hit, is to target a particular area rather than pushing for as far as you can go. And so that one got to BF. And you see this pattern. You see the hit record 80s kind of vibe, where you're like, wow, this is awesome. There's all kinds of space in it, and things are happening constantly. This is that. This is that. And one thing that I've also observed, you trade off the ability to go to the high A tier by going for a more wide range sound. What we see in this reading here, the low frequencies that correspond to kick drum plainly show up as highlighted as low frequencies, and that steals away mid-range that could be used for sonority for the vocals and the intensity of everything. So you have a choice to make regarding how wide range to bring everything. And the Fixx do a real good job of doing that 80s thing of pushing that boundary. Like, we see that these dots are kind of, they get larger the lower they get. It really highlights the full rangeness of the 80s sound. And the high frequency stuff is very much present. There's just always something going on. You don't really see the beat in here, except for that you can see the lines on this top meter are peak versus RMS, and the RMS spikes up to 6 dB over the body of the sound, and that's what drums are supposed to do. So it's optimized drums. That's an optimal drum sound. I don't know if I have a way of actually registering that. The trouble with this is that if I find other things to isolate, identify as a formula, and then change the meter, then I have to go and remeasure everything. And, well, you can see how much of a nightmare it would be to go and remeasure all of these. But if I'm able to identify anything new, then I go through and everything now has a different rating that might be more accurate as to what actually gives you hit records, so it's not necessarily the worst idea. In any case, this was rated at BF, which is quite a high rating. And the next thing we're looking at is a more chill song, also by the Fixx, Saved by Zero. And again, we have these fluctuations in the RMS. We've got a situation where the RMS is like 6 dB from one point to the next. That would be kind of like microdynamics. That's sudden alterations in the sound. You don't necessarily get that with everything. Bunch of 60 stuff, you simply don't have that kind of dynamic range to play with. You also lose that very quickly when you start hyperloudinating everything, because that's part of what you're clipping off. And we still have a very recognizable pattern with the following difference, that we've got more of these green dots and fewer of the red dots because it's a more chill song and it's not as full of high frequency percussion and stuff. It's there, but there's space in it. That makes it a little less ear fatiguing. And yeah, my idea here is that it should be possible to, oh, also, I can see on the bottom part of the meter that it doesn't have as heavy of a beat because we have low frequencies here, but it's not a big old repeating spot indicating a kick drum. So this is something where it's focused on the sound picture of the mid-range rather than shaking the woofers with the repeated heavy thumping going on, which some stuff will very much have a heavy thumping going on. Also, I should mention, I talked about there was something that I knew about this guitar sound, and I can tell you what it is. The reason it sounds the way that it does is because there's a strat in there that's doing some of the characteristic, like the previous song, that I think was the bigger hit, but also in here. That's a strat with out-of-phase pickups, which they don't come with. You got to flip the phase of one of the pickups. And then you have two different options for doing an extremely bright sound. So what you do is you do the out-of-phase strat pickups, and then you go into a clean amp, like it's probably a Roland Jazz Chorus from the sound of it. But you could also, for a slightly edgier, more aggressive sound, you can go into a Fender. And then you just kind of do it that way. And then when you're mixing it, you don't have to cut the bass on the guitar or hype the treble on the guitar because it is already there. And as such, you're not hyping the treble on the sound of the amp. Instead, the intensity of your sound is sort of doing that job. And this one gets to CD, which is another classic position for hit record sound, is that C tier. That C tier and B tier seem to be where big hits live. And now it's got me wondering as to whether it would be a good idea to include the microdynamic thing, because I've referenced that before, but not before I have a look at the Kinks. So this is going to sound very different. This is All Day and All the Night. It's a very similar sound to You Would Have Got Me, which was their real big hit, but I don't have that record. You can hear how different that sounds, and yet it's doing the same job. I fear that some of those high frequency peaks there might just be record crackle, unfortunately. But one of the things about even heavy record crackle is that it doesn't substitute for what we see here. Of course, one of the things that we see here is it's really loud, and that is because old Kinks is very distorted. All the tracks going into the recording console, it's old tube consoles, mind you, but it's very distorted. But one thing about that is that they were able to highlight that sort of sonority. That penetrating loud sound is accentuated by this. And so All Day and All the Night is rising up to high record standards. And one of the things that I've observed about this stuff that rates really high here is it tends to define bands. You get stuff that performs incredibly well on this particular meter. The stuff that rates higher, like A tier, high A tier, like Crazy Train set up Ozzy as a recording act for multiple albums, an ongoing career as a solo act. All of the stuff in the high A tier represents defining a band as a big deal to pay attention to. And then you can sell more records on the back of stuff that's mellower, but getting attention is what A tier is all about. And this is another example. It's not very long, but it is AF. And completely legitimately, I think it is possible that You Really Got Me is even higher. I'm not entirely sure, but this is a follow-up and a giant hit. And here's another. Sunny Afternoon. This particular album is not as nasty and covered with surface noise as the previous. And Sunny Afternoon is extremely bassy. This is, I'm trying to remember, Face to Face or something else by the Kinks. But we've got something going on where the human quality comes in. It's lighting up with Ray Davies singing. In particular, that's what that is doing. We're going to have another Kinks record that's even more exciting than this. Save me. You can also plainly hear, at least at times, just how distorted the lead vocal is. I mean, it sounds like 60s, but it also sounds like that vocal track is distorted, and it is. You can see it on how loud it is RMS-wise versus the peaks. The peaks are straight up clamped, and the highs are clamped as well. So it's accentuating that quality. If you were trying to push for a distinctly 60s sound, this is one way to do it. It's also probably possible to dial in stuff like this, have particular plugins where you can dial in the distortion on the highs, the distortion on the regular track. I've made a lot of stuff to do that, so that's not surprising. But this one is really showing that 60s kind of thing, where even if it's kind of dark, our loudest sounds are hanging out in the mid-range. And we don't have that low-frequency kick of the spotlighted bass drum. Although you'll find it in some things, like Taxman or whatever. Tomorrow Never Knows, the first track where they spotlighted the kick drum and mic'd it specifically. But again, this track is riding on the vocals, and that's always a way to get a hit record sound, is to have a human being on there. That's something that Frank Zappa knew for years, because he always made a point of throwing in vocals, having people singing, even though he liked instrumental music and wanted to compose more of it. It was always necessary to put that voice on there, to have somebody singing something, even if it didn't matter what it was. Also, this has some characteristics of rising to its highest point at the end, which is a hit record trick. I don't know if I have a way of measuring that too. That would be kind of self-referential. In fact, I do have a way of measuring that, and that's in play, in fact, because the way this works is as it goes, if it gets up to a really high score, it can hang on to that attention, hang on to that energy for longer. So it does, in fact, reward you for kind of keeping the energy flow going. And some of the tracks really do represent that. Anyways, BE, this counted as. Yeah, let's see now. So my highest Kinks track, yeah, Victoria made it to AE. I was talking about this, so I might as well just throw this on as well. This wasn't a Billboard charting hit because they didn't put it out as a single, but it's just as good. It's the lead track. Victoria is the lead track off of one side of the album. This is the lead track off of the other side of the album. And it is extraordinary. And I'm going to put this on and go and make another cup of coffee while we crank away at this stuff so that I can keep, I'll wait. I'll wait on that. I'm chattering away enough that I don't really need to accentuate that any. Bad for you to dive into coffee too hard. But this is a song off of the Kinks album Arthur that, like a lot of the songs on that album, starts out chill and then builds up into this wildly rocking. You can see on the waveform up here that it's a quiet, mellow intro, and then it ramps up similarly to like what Stairway to Heaven does, in fact, into hard rock, and then it just keeps on building and going farther into a giant rocking outro. So it's doing that, increasing dynamics, increasing excitement as it goes. That little thing was a lovely Ray Davies vocal. He goes, "In your Shangri-La," and that's it. That's the sound. It is perfectly, and so is this, in fact. They start singing harmony vocals, and it just levitates. The full band starts rocking out. And that's a hit record sound right there. One of the greatest Kinks songs ever. Ever. And there's your chorus. That's what a chorus is supposed to look like. And you've even got this little hint of the wide range sound of there's some red dots above, there's some green dots below, showing that you've got the full range happening. More here, mind you. But when they kick into high gear for the chorus, it's a magical balance of sounds. And again, this is the way that you're going to be able to hear bits of the Beatles or Led Zeppelin or eagles or anything where they don't want you to be playing it on YouTube. And I realize it's a bit loud. But that's kind of the point. It's like, this is not loud in native. This is like just 12 dB RMS. So it works perfectly for streaming services as well. But this is what you can do with that. Also, notice what they're doing with the high frequencies here. You got high frequency percussion in here. And this is exactly as that goes. If you put on time, all of the chimes and bells going off at the beginning will be a light gray sea of these peaks, exactly as much as this. This is pretty much exactly as loud as the loudest high frequency stuff on Dark Side of the Moon. It all kind of corresponds. And with this very satisfying loud section shows the picture I was talking about, where you've got some bright stuff, some dark stuff, separates it out, and that stops it from being too 60s. It's still allowing a wide frequency range without sacrificing the sonority, and it shows in this, and it shows in the score. The score is already at a C, and we haven't even hit the final chorus yet. It might go to AA. And all of this, even though it keeps dropping in energy, it takes breaths. It goes up and down. It changes. And this doesn't read as dropping in energy, but it's just become more spacious as it goes. And there's our chorus again. All of what's happening in the arrangement here, causing it to just levitate like that, is the full band. All the harmony vocals are singing almost all the time, and they have brass, horns, and things. And you can do that with synthesizers too. You can dial the synthesizers in to play the role of what horns do. And here we are hitting our final note. Does it make it to AB? No, it's AC. And that's Shangri-La off of the Kinks Arthur. Rated AC on the hit record meter. Now I got to go and do some more of the literal hit records. For instance, here is something completely different, and it won't be nearly as loud, so having it bursting in on the stream shouldn't be quite as obnoxious as that. There are going to be some real striking differences here. There's a police track I've got to measure wrapped around your finger. I'd be able to talk over that quite easily, and you'd barely notice it happening because it's going to be like 12 to 18 dB quieter than that Kinks track. And this is, of course, a famous police track, but it's definitely, I've already looked at this one before, it's definitely not going to go as hard as far as rating high in the hit record meter, because it's leaning a lot harder towards having wide range sound. And we can see that on the bottom meter. Although one of the things that makes it a satisfying track is that on this top meter here, we can see that the loudest sounds have that the sonority. Basically what I'm working out with this stuff is that if these highest peaks are not showing up in blue, you could probably get away with clipping them or limiting them. And you see the little red marks, and if the red marks meet the RMS coming up, you've gone too loud. But you can get away with a lot. However, With this, you don't necessarily want to, because you're getting rid of some of these that count to the hit record quality. This just ends up being a much more spacious hit record sound. It's a hit record sound where even the hottest peaks are not 12 dB RMS, and the body of the sound is 18 dB down. So this one actually comes across as you could turn it up on streaming services and not be penalized by it. If they compress to get to their target RMS level, they would be compressing this, and it would lose a little bit because its very loudest sounds are still registering as significant things. Like, see up here, we've got little spots up here. These are the ones that you can get away with clipping off. And those are high frequency spots, by the way. Whereas these loudness spots, you don't want to clip that. You want to leave that where it is, because that is the loudest possible sound that you can get coming through with full intensity. It's doing its job of representing this sound. Whereas if they were all looking like this, you don't necessarily, you don't have to treat that as gently. And then you want to avoid clipping all of this. You start flattening this out, you start really losing something. And yeah, it is about being able to make space in the sound, but to be able to use that space effectively. And as a result of the amount of space in here, it ends up hitting a high C tier for hit recordness. And that's because it's in that zone where it's not exhausting to listen to. It's comfortable to listen to. We could maybe call C comfortable. Let's label it, and then let's go and have a look at the C tier and see whether that holds up. Because B tier, clearly a bunch of hit records. C tier, this is the kind of stuff that's comfortable to listen to, if I'm correct. And yeah, we got Allman Brothers, Statesboro Blues, Creedence. We've got multiple Rolling Stones. We've got Stevie Nicks, The Police, aggressive Robert Palmer, more Creedence. More Creedence. Creedence really lives here. We got Doobie Brothers, What a Fool Believes. Stevie Nicks, more Stevie Wonder. Here Comes the Sun. Sentimental Lady from Fleetwood Mac. More Stevie Wonder. Crosby, Stills and Nash. Here's Every Breath You Take by The Police. So I think comfortable is probably a good association for this level. Like, you target this, and that's, I'll even make a little note of that. I'll get another track going, and then I'll make a little note of that. And that's the thing, is if we associate these words this way, we don't have to fall into a mistaken idea that in order to mix using this meter and work things out in this way, you have to make everything go to AA, because it's not true. That is fulfilling a specific role. So A for attention. B probably for best. And C definitely needs, rather than having C be associated with a passing grade, I think C should be associated with comfortable, because that's absolutely how it's shaping up. And that means it can be targeted. You can set it up so you are getting as much of this, dial in the amount of frequency width, which is going to be largely how much of a disparity you have between these red dots and these green dots. If you're shooting for a 60s, 70s kind of sound, you will dial this in so that there aren't really as many green dots or red dots, and everything is a blue dot, and that will give you sort of classic 50s, 60s, early 70s, the sound of extreme intensity, the sound of humanity, rather than the sound of the big recording studio of the 80s. But then, even while doing that, then you're thinking in terms of how many of these dots do I want in my arrangement now that I know how to make them? Do you want to do like what the Kinks were doing on Shangri-La and Victoria, where your big chorus is just a sea of blue that's overwhelming outburst of sound, or do you want to make it a lot sparser? And here's one where it's the entire now I'm spacing on the name of the album. Bear with me. I'll let you listen to the sound while I try to think of it. I have many thoughts bouncing around, and so I get real distracted. Ghost in the Machine. The whole Ghost in the Machine album looks like this. And what we see here is that we have a really exaggerated frequency range. It pushes the highs aggressively, it pushes the lows aggressively. And so the end result sound, everything sort of sits in this dynamic range. If you started pushing that harder, there's sort of two ranges in which you can focus. And one of them is the dynamics, where you can have important peaks that are much hotter than everything else. Like, that's an important peak. That is actually the point where it distorts, but it's not throwing the peak right there. And, hey Marshall, this is where you define the frequencies. And where you work out how wide range of a sound it is. And here's where you see that decision bear out, in that the darkness of the spots that show up here are how loud they are. The blueness of them is how sonorous and intense they are. And then the width of this cloud, in order to make this cloud be wider and register harder on the highs and lows, you do this with it. You have some of your peaks, some of your slews be on the darker side, on the brighter side, and this would be an example of really pushing that. And it gets you to CC as the hit record rating on this one, which we're going to associate with comfortable. And the reason it's comfortable is because it's striking a balance with all of this stuff. And it's a good, accessible balance. It's sort of a little something for everybody, sound-wise. If you like treble, you got some. If you like bass, you got some. If you like loudness, well, there's some of it, but it's not all that much. There's a lot of dynamics in there. And it gets into that zone where when you're doing like C tier, that's actually more capable of doing an actual hit record than some of the A tier stuff. The A tier stuff gets attention. The C tier stuff is what sells 1 million records. Here's an example. I think it's going to get C tier. This is King of Pain of Synchronicity, and this is an even more spaced out kind of sound. It's an early digital record in that it was mixed to a digital tape. This is before CDs were really much of a thing, but this is some of the earliest appearances of digital. And the way they went to tape was to allow them to retain more of the dynamic range of the very SSL style mix that they did. And so what we see here is vinyl records being made to deliver vastly more dynamic range than CDs are allowed to do these days. It just goes totally off. Our intro here is 6, 12, 18, 24 dB down, although I've seen more. There is stuff that's even more aggressive than that. This is just beginning to make some space in there, but now that the drums come in, 6, 12, our loudest body of the music in the RMS meter is still basically 18 dB down. This entire track is set up to be extremely wide range. It's doing the hit record sound of the dense cloud that really doesn't focus in any one space. And it's doing the 80s wide range thing of having the high frequency peaks showing up and the lack of high frequency. Like you see 3 colors in an area like this, and that's the 80s sound. Same with here. It blends. There's so much going on in every frequency range that it gives that sort of big, wide, hi-fi sound. Like this gives you a hi-fi sound, and it's trading off some of the massive hit record potential in order to do it. It's pushing the highs, it's pushing the lows a little more, although not that much. Like here's our chorus. We've got a clear extra bump on the kick drum in here. You can see it there. It's going to kick in again, and it's going to do the same thing. Anywhere that you've got, I'm gonna jump on this as a truism. Anywhere that you've got this meter telling you that the kick drum is more important than the vocals, that may be considered a mistake. You could back off on the amount of bass on this kick drum and accentuate the amount of sonority on the vocals and have a stronger mix, even though this is, in fact, Synchronicity. This is but this is them taking advantage of the full stardom that they had accumulated, exiting on top. If they had continued along this route, I think it would have ended up with the Police having some dud albums. I don't think this is as strong as some of their early stuff. It's a little too hi-fi. It's a little too tweaked. It's a little too flashy. Not all the time. For instance, here we've got the drums happening, but this is more what you'd want to see. And you'd want to see the vocals showing up loudest, and you'd want to see the vocals showing up in blue, indicating that the passion of the singer is projecting. We've got a little bit of that there. The thing is that the whole thing is being mixed too dynamic. One of the things that happened when people went digital is that they started going to the point of where they had more dynamics than they actually needed in the mix. And the older tape and earlier tube-based stuff really brought things into a zone where they highlighted the human qualities by just sort of densifying everything. But again, strong ending. And you see that it is, in fact, putting the energy into the mid-range where the singer is, and so on and so forth. We do have the bass in there too. Not so much bass guitar. It's all the lows are actually happening for the kick drum. Bass guitar is just kind of blending. But yeah, it's a very good showing, and it rates as CE on the meter. Now here's an interesting one. I didn't remember that this was actually a charting hit. This one is from Ghost in the Machine. And Ghost in the Machine is not as digital. and it's another wide range mix, but it's also one that's leaning. It's a bassier sound than some of these. So it's going to do like a comparable, trying to be a very, you can see some of the bassiness in this intro, which is a very long, slow intro too. It's astonishing that this was a hit because this is a lot of time to wait around for it to get going. It has only started to get, maybe the people bled it in underneath the previous track on the radio, and that's how they did it. Because that's kind of a lot of quiet noise happening like an old Pink Floyd track without actually getting started yet. I'm guessing it's the chorus on this one that takes off. And since this album is not as bright as Synchronicity, what we're seeing is a much darker blend. The middle meter is showing pretty much the same amount of blue dots. Blue dots are what the hit recordness is being calculated off of. But it doesn't really go red nearly as much. You could add treble to this and make it better. You could absolutely get away with adding treble to this. Although not necessarily to the voices. But you could bring the voices up. Again, this bottom one is showing that our drums are taking up all the energy here. This is a loudness factor. You could make, this is where the chorus harmony vocals are happening. These could be louder. These vocals could be louder relative to the band. They're a little vocal down. They're doing a great job as far as carrying the song. You look at this stuff going on, and it's like it's really hitting. It's lifting the performance of the song. But the drums are mixed to be more important than these voices. And one of the things about it is, as it goes and does this, we can see on the very top meter, those drum peaks are taking up the top area, but they are not registering as the most important thing. The blueness and bigness of the dots is what's carrying the song. And these drum peaks aren't actually doing that job. You could turn the entire song up and clip off some of these peaks and be fine. You could turn the vocals up relative to the band and be fine. And yeah, it was a hit song, mind you. It works. It works, and it is in the C for comfortable tier, so that explains why it goes over well. But this could absolutely be pushed a little farther than this. Watch how it becomes like Chris remasters the hits. Hang on a second. I just talked my way past that. It's a CD. Actually, it's a record, but the rating is CD. And here's yet another Police hit, Spirits in the Material World. And that is also off of Ghost in the Machine. Maybe I'll do all of these. I've got Van Halen as well. There's a bunch of stuff that I can look at here. And I want to rate all of these so that I can see where they stand, because it teaches me what I can say about this meter when it comes out, which it will do as soon as I have the clap available. I will go to whatever work I need to do in order to put it out as the plugin for that week. And that's going to be, I think, pretty exciting. Now notice something happening here. We have a lot of space in this sound, but it's doing the hi-fi thing really, 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 really aggressively. The high frequency stuff is poking way out above the blue realm, and the green is way below. You can make some judgments around how far down this green area gets to go, you probably want it to be riding above the RMS line here. If it's not, you're going with really, really bassy indeed, arguably too bassy. And that's kind of what's happening to this track, is the hit record line is not budging. It's going to rate really, really poorly. And that's because there's too much space in it, and there's too much wide range frequency in it. It's like this area here, it's going to be delightful to demo stereo systems with. The sound is super, 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 super wide range. But I would go out on a limb and say it is too wide range. It's all very nice. It's probably one of the reasons why people were interested in hearing it. The middle meter is measuring the brightness by tracking slew, and it's scaling it appropriately to work out how this stuff works. So when it's registering these dots, that means that there's high frequencies coming off of the records being measured by slew from one sample to the next, scaled according to sample rate and all that. And oh look, on the final outro, it's kind of lighting up and it's lifting a little bit, even though as a whole it was kind of lacking in guts and sonority. Like if this is the final Police track for this, I'm going to show you one of the ones off of their first album and you can see how this stuff is supposed to be done. I don't think they would have necessarily broken the way that they did if they started out like this. I think this is too much. I think you can't actually launch a band with this sound. This is them carrying their existing stardom, but this didn't blow up the way that Synchronicity did. And it didn't blow up like their early stuff did. So let's see, dB this is. Oh, I could do Synchronicity too, but so how about taking a moment so this is Old Police. This is their first album. I've already measured some of these ones and I know what resides here. Check this out by contrast, because this album is what broke them rather than how they just sustained their stardom, and it's going to be immediately apparent that you've got some similar aspects immediately, even on the first album. That's Stuart Copeland's Symbols. You got a lot of wide range sound, but then when they kick into the chorus, you'll notice. But they're doing their reggae thing here, so they're doing like bassy kick drums and a lot of cymbal stuff going on. The vocals are sparser. It's hovering down at this like low D tier because there's just so much space in there. But then all of a sudden the chorus hits. Watch what that meter does. When they're blasting away in their early career like this, having got to this point, they can now sort of sustain it a little bit in their more chill space. The more you can make the chorus hit, the more sort of room you have to idle and cruise and have a mellow intermediate period that doesn't just drop immediately down to the point of boring again. Also, they tend to have the vocals get more intense verse by verse. There's a little more going on in the second verse than in the first. A little more going on. We'll hit another chorus. Then there's a bridge. You can kind of see in the slightly red tinge stuff where you're looking at the actual meter, the actual recording. The bridge has a guitar solo, it has stuff going on, and then the final verse is more intense again, and then the final chorus is where everything just goes off. And yeah, off we go. So this is equivalent to some of their biggest hits as far as success, the ability to excite a crowd, all that kind of stuff. So we're losing a little bit of energy on this guitar solo. It's possible that the guitar could have been mixed up a little bit to resist this tendency of dropping, because I mean, there's plenty of songs like Freebird, for instance, or Crazy Train. Beautiful example. I just talked about that in the beginning of the stream, where Ozzy's Crazy Train, this one energy dropped for the guitar solo, although it starts taking off again with here. And then in Crazy Train, the energy takes off with the guitar solo because of the way that it's done and the fact that it's louder. But I mean, it's the Police, and so Sting wasn't going to let Andy Summers be louder than his lead vocal, and so there you go. And here we have our final verse. And it's going to not drop as much as the previous ones because we have a lot more intense singing going on. Everybody is pushing a little harder each time we go through. It drops a little bit less as it goes into this quiet part. And you don't necessarily want to go into a quiet part. There's a reason why this wasn't actually a charting hit single. But that said, it takes full advantage of all of that. And here's our final outburst, our final chorus. Seems a little, I guess I'm going to see whether they ramp up into a higher gear. Looks like they're ramping up into a higher gear. That's probably got a lot of singing going on. And yep, right up into B tier, and up to, even in the fade, we are still building. Even in the fade, we are still building. And what I mean by that, the density of stuff going on here, that's all optimized as like loudest singing, loudest playing, loudest guitars, loudest horns, all of that means it equates to this blue stuff is just everything is projecting, everything is pushing really hard. And then as we go into the fade, we're still doing it. The density of stuff going on is still really high, and so it the energy continues to rise even as we fade, and that's a killer trick for hit record making, and that is something that exists in Phil Collins' In the Air Tonight in an extremely intense form. And so the meter is made to be able to continue to register that the energy kept getting higher even as the volume started going down to a point. Like it's still happening down here, but if I make it highlight this stuff, it starts to respond to surface noise too aggressively as well. It's all tricky, but BD rating for Sound only. And we've still got a nice little stack of more stuff to do, but we're beginning to see the end of it. And we got to measure Synchronicity 2. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get this going, and I'm going to go and make myself another cup of espresso since it's still the morning. I like quitting the coffee drinking as I go into the end of the day. And we'll get through the remainder of these things and then do some actual coding and see what we can make happen as far as these reverbs I'm working on, because I have that undersampling thing going on. Also, if Suadara shows up and says it's time to test out the clap building, I'll totally do that. It doesn't have to be today, mind you, but when that does happen, a new version will come out and you'll be able to try out the clap version of the plugin. But for now, let's just continue to use it. And I'll set up. And we're going to go off and make a cup of espresso. This, of course, is Synchronicity 2 off of the album Synchronicity. This is another one that's really sparse. like I got to the end of the song. Just a moment. Hit stop. Was just making my espresso and I noticed that that was just finishing. It is rated as a CD, which is legit, and as I thought that it was a good job of not having too wide range of a sound, and it is not. For an example of too wide a range of a sound, I think we can do wrapped around your finger. So, Final Police, blanket, and now I go and get my cup of espresso. Interesting that I can do this and be making my espresso, which usually takes less time than a regular cup of coffee, but because I'm trying to do these songs in the middle of it, it is kind of still scrambling a little bit, but managed to get some of my stuff done. I'm trying a new thing with this cup of espresso because this is the first time I've made espresso and included the little like cinnamon and cayenne and a little bit of stevia mix that I made, which also has some B vitamin in it, inspired by Electrical Audio's Fluffy Coffee. So this is Buddy Coffee in its final form, and let's see how that goes. Okay, I can get used to that. That's quite good. I wish I remembered to do that the first time, because there's only so many cups of espresso I can make in a day. I am not Electrical Audio. I feel to some extent that behavior of theirs is probably part of what killed Steve, and you can't just show up the first in the morning and drink all the espresso in the world and then be the last to go home at night, day in, day out, without it taking a toll. That said, today is a cranking out a bunch of work day, so there's that. They can't all be like that, but there can still be some days like that. And here we have clearly a D tier track. I don't even need to let it play through to the end because it's only going to kind of quietly decline and fade out. DB. I was wondering what I could call the D tier. Because this stuff has meaning. Fair. Yeah. No, I hear you. That's good advice, in fact. I should go and find myself ginger tea for that exact reason. But yeah, here is the Pretenders, Middle of the Road. It's going to be quite a bit louder. And we can see that some of our big smashes there, that's the sustain of cymbals. You see the sustain of cymbals going down. Just that and the digital reverbs. So this has that 80s sound going. You can see the 80s sound here in all of the high frequency spots. That said, it's clearly not going for that, oh, look at how heavy the bass drum thing is. It's balancing real well, but all of the energy is going into the vocals. We don't have huge spots of bass drum showing up in the zero cross meter saying, this is the important thing. Instead, it's a blend. And it's going to do very well in the meter, I already know. It is absolutely, you know, I missed out on recording these. There's some more that I need to add. Because when I was going after their first album, Pretenders' first album, for some reason I didn't use Brass in Pocket. And I need to put Brass in Pocket there because that's a giant hit. Instead I did Precious because I like Precious. And I have so many of these damn songs recorded. And there's so many more. I really can't literally do every song, but I'm in the process literally today of going through the stuff that charted just to see what happens. I'm tempted to call B best. Could also be biggest. Yeah, because this is a big song. I think if it goes up in B counts as a big, big song. This still has its outro to go, so it might actually hit A tier. But yeah, the appropriately naming this stuff is important because I need to be able to guide people in how to use this music and what to aim for. You can be like, oh, everything that I do has to have the most attention or be the biggest thing ever, but that's not appropriate for everything. So there's a place for like C meaning comfortable and to do stuff where it'll hit a mainstream appeal. Like look at Lionel Richie, for instance. That simply doesn't go to the most high attention grabbing thing. I think this is Chrissy Hine going, yeah, and we got harmonica. The harmonica is a little brighter than it would be to really match out, but that's fine. It's close. It's being kept quite close. It's just pushing. It's a little shriller than it should be. If you ran it through an amp, you would fix that by the way. Still, it was the 80s. They wanted everything to be a little brighter than it had to be. And you notice no sign of the green. And that's because it's being mixed in this rock and roll kind of way where the fullness of the band sound isn't really an issue. And so we don't have any repeating spikes of kick drum in there. It's just the overall sound. And there's a great evenness to it. And yeah, BA. I mentioned Precious, Let's quickly run that one, even though it's not a charting hit in the same way, because this is the one that really got my attention. It's a Neve record. There's a bunch of, what you'll see with a bunch of modern stuff is some areas of blue, particularly in vocals, typically very loud. There's going to be lots of red over the blue area. There's going to be lots of green under the blue area. And this one's going to be just a massive red and black and just splatted. Because you need to be able to have the range for the peak interacting with the slew in order to get this sound correctly. You can't fake it. You can push it as hard as you can. I have literally ordered a CD copy of Skrillex's Monsters and Nice Sprites. The notorious dubstep record that ruined dubstep for everybody. Because that particular album, that particular track, the title track of the album, contains that scream where the girl goes, "I don't my God." And it comes in at exactly the top of the dynamic range for peaks, perfectly adjusted. So I have to look over some of the other stuff on that album and see what else is perfectly adjusted. And then the remainder is going to be just fighting it. The remainder is going to be just as distorted as possible. And I'll be able to show that as well. But that's what you're going to see. For modern stuff that is hits, you'll see some nods to this, and then everything else is going to be just overly loud. To some extent, you'll see like big heavy kick drums showing up on the zero cross meter. I would be shocked if you didn't. You're probably going to see a lot of nasty high frequencies coming across on this meter, but maybe not as much as you'd think. Because there's a limit to how much of that you can have in there without it hurting the sound. So some of the stuff like the Skrillex, you'd think it would be just a sea of black high frequency hash going across everything, but I'm betting you it's not. I'm betting you it's going to be controlled. And then this is a beautiful like late 70s type sound. Again, this is a Neve record. This is Air Studios. And when they're blasting away, all of the band and the vocals and everything are maximizing things in this way. And it might just go for a ending on a high. It might just go for ending higher than dB, but I'm not sure if it's going to get there. It's trying. Also, you'll notice that the loud peaks up here are rating as like worth keeping rather than stuff where you could just clip it off. Our loudest impacts are actually coming off as relevant. And yeah, it's going up to end on a high, which is normal for that. But that's what you see with the 70s style mix is you'll have these red dots interspersed with the blue dots, whereas going for the more hi-fi 80s thing, the red dots will be riding above the blue dots. I think you could push Skrillex farther by pushing it more in the 70s direction. I'll just say that. I think you could push it farther by having it lean on the maximum intensity sonority, and he squanders that by going for just literally as loud as possible, which is a different thing. You could have everything that Skrillex does pegging these clouds of blue. You could have it pegging the clouds of blue literally across the top of this the entire time. And he probably would have done better if he had. It would probably sound better, but that's not a 70s production. It's a very artificial thing, but it's an artificial thing that you could do, and in fact that he did do when he was doing that scream. The scream that it breaks into a different kind of sound and then goes back into the Skrillex thing again. He did that for that scream. He dialed it in literally perfectly. It's probably going to come across as just as clear or even clearer once I get it off of the actual CD, because I'm going to get it off of the actual CD. And I got it off of a YouTube video that showed it. But yeah, you could optimize it so it's like, okay, this is good, then let's have as much of this blue as loud as possible. And it would be, rather than like a tear out dubstep overwhelming, it would be like standing in the middle of a brass band raging away directly at you, which is a different kind of sound, but there's a sort of more fullness. It goes through you a little bit more. I think some of the classic dubstep does this. Certainly some of the sounds that you get, like foghorns in dubstep, tend to do that, and you can dial them in using this. Let me see, this is BB, so we're going to rate that one as well. And now we have a couple of really old heads. Three Dog Night. And that's going to act very differently, because this is 60s. This is not even 1970 yet, I don't think. And it's still normalized to the loudest sounds being 0. Well, thank you, Headhunters. Appreciate it. Doing my level best. I was just commenting about that kind of thing on a Reddit thread for filmmakers, actually. The guy showed up and he was like, I put a song, a film into this film festival, and my heart is broken because an AI film won and my film didn't win. And the bottom line was, first of all, yeah, you lost. That will happen. But then there were a lot of other interesting thoughts about it as well. And my thought was that AI is going to destroy the mid-range of making crowd-please or generic mass market stuff, but that's not necessarily your job as an artist. Indeed, your job as an artist is more like being that ultimate underdog, where you've got to continue doing striking things that are amazing until somebody with money and power, or simply power, notices what you're doing and decides that they can make money off of you, at which point you can become the impressive celebrity with all kinds of cool things happening. But it is not at all have to do with quality. It has to do with who has money and power and how they're using it. That's what all these artistic things work out. And that doesn't mean you can't do cool things. Because the cool things are about the quality. It's about identifying stuff that's worth doing and doing it. And if you play your cards right, you can keep doing until something clicks. If you're persistent enough, you get there. That's more or less what I'm trying to do with this, is continuing to work on this stuff and increasing my reach with it until it reaches people who can take it and run with it and are willing to share what they've learned. Because there are people who have taken some of my stuff and run with it to the point of multiple platinum records, and I know who they are, but they're not willing to share. They probably feel that it's their secrets that they know, and that they don't really have talent of their own, and it's not true. I know who that person is, and they do in fact have talent, and they do in fact have a vision. But the kind of person who thinks that it's not really them, it's the secrets they know, or the connections they have, or whatever, is the kind of person who doesn't share credit. And eventually I'll get to where enough people have gotten something out of what I do that there will be people who share credit. I'm probably going to target the leaders release and have that be my explicit ask, where it's like, okay, here's a new thing. I've never done anything quite as powerful as this. Oh God, yes. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, they do. Some of the most famous, successful ones have. Rudy Van Gelder. Take a moment to think of Rudy Van Gelder. Some of his ideas died with him. There have been plenty of people like that. It's always been the case that a bunch of your top, because you get to the point of doing work on this level by being really hungry and really determined and typically really insecure. People don't get to these levels by just being satisfied or by thinking that they're hot stuff. You get to have power and money by thinking that you're hot stuff and throwing your weight around. But actually doing the work, doing amazing stuff, like here's Three Dog Night, and here is this track showed up in Hunter S. Thompson's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. He mentions it coming across on Airport, some kind of PA system, or the radio, or God knows what. And it's kind of fluff. And there's not much going on other than the singing, and even the singing is not really very focused, probably because they've got a lot of reverb going on. But they always were very excited about singing really, really, really loud, and so that loudness shows up in the meter. And it is a DC. And then I've got another one, and then we get to enjoy a Tommy two-tone track, and I bet you even listening to it through ContentHideD, it will still become an earworm, and it will be stuck in your brain. And then we'll do a bunch of YouTube stuff. U2, not YouTube. If we weren't doing YouTube stuff, you'd be able to hear the songs we're doing. But this is a neat one. I think this is a slightly crackly one. It's an older record. I've been developing a way of hooking my shop vac up to like a pad with a cloth across it so that I can vacuum my records more effectively. I'm willing to do it very aggressively in order to try to clean up some of the surface noise. And then here is another beautiful example of the Three Dog Night sound, where it's a very punchy band. They've really got some good playing in the band. It's kind of slick. They're kind of studio-y, but they really nail it out. And then it's the vocalists, just multiple vocalists belting at the top of their lungs is the sound of this.
Catch my breath.
And it shows in the zero cross meter. Because the loudest sounds are the sounds that are showing up in the darker dots. So you can see where the frequency stuff is being distributed. And there's your Three Dog Night sound right there. Is just belters in that range, very close to or directly in the blue range of like maximum sonority. And it's just the loudest thing. And so they're just belting away for moments like this. And so that's part of your decisions, is you have something like that happening. And do you make sure that the subs on the kick drum are also apparent when this is happening? Because if you do that, you're trading it off. You're going to lose some of this. You bring the kick drum into this, and you start losing some of this. And this is what makes it sound very 60s, mind you. But there's a charm to that. You don't have to do it, but you can do it. One thing I'll mention, Headhunters, is that if I can get meter working and putting out plugins that people can use, that means I can switch over to my usual kinds of plugins, but ones that have UI as well. I have designed whole bunches of controls in Juice for doing this kind of thing with. And so that could be a possible point of going a little more mainstream, hitting some of those. Oh, look at them go. Our end chorus here is definitely ramping up the aggression. It's definitely ramping up the attitude. And look at them go. Look at them go. Okay, so that's the end. That's a beautiful example of keep the energy rising all the way through to the very end. They didn't keep it rising through a fade. Instead, they hit a final bit and then stopped and had a little outro, which we cut off because it's not going to do anything further for the meter. But that goes all the way up to CB. It's pushing the boundaries of comfortable. And it's just a choir of belting male vocals doing this. And it's a full range sound. It's not just sitting on the belting male vocals. It's got the full band in there. And so we've got some low frequency stuff coming as well. And yeah, there you go. So CB, that was. It'll be quite interesting looking at all the U2, because literally all the U2 charted. Like everything there charted. But first, a one-hit wonder. Headhunters? That's an interesting question. And there are limitations to how much I want to go mainstream. I've instinctively resisted it. And there are certain, there are people who are like celebrities, for instance, who will say, think about that good and hard and ask yourself whether what you look to get out of being rich and famous could be acquired by just rich. Do you in fact want to be rich and famous, or do you just want to be rich? Now, what I'm aiming for is not either of those things, really. Because I have an explicit target, and it's served through some of this stuff as well. I'm looking for the Velvet Underground kind of thing. I've said that before. I'll stand by it. That, because the cool thing about that is when you've got somebody, Chuck Berry is another good example, by the way. Somebody who does their thing, they get to have a career out of it. They get to have their career and do what they want with it. But it's all about the people who got inspired by what you did and took off and went somewhere with it. Now, Chuck Berry, I don't think, was particularly grateful that he inspired a generation of British blues musicians and so on and so forth. Like, my understanding is when Rolling Stones became huge, Chuck Berry kind of snubbed them a little bit. He's kind of like, whatever, or felt ripped off by them. Although they were just adulation and they worshipped Chuck Berry. And rightly so. He defined what they do. Velvet Underground is a thing where Lou Reed ended up being like revered among a bunch of musicians, even though he's very much his own sort of guy and didn't really make many concessions. He didn't really trade stuff off in order to get popularity. And the whole Lou Reed and the Velvet Underground thing is inspiring to me because it's being able to do stuff your way, but then having people get what you're doing. Like, when I say that it's frustrating that there's this guy out there who's the multi-platinum guy, and he explicitly, like, he asked me for updates on something when he went to Apple Silicon on his Macs, and my stuff didn't work for him anymore. He freaked out and sent me email begging me to fix it, and I did. And the thing that bummed me out about that is that he's not willing to, I don't know, hang out or share his experience or tell people what he got from that. Because the idea of being like, okay, you have much more money than me, but I have enough, and I feel appreciated when people are like, oh my God, thanks so much, this is amazing, you're so inspiring. It's like, no, that feels good. That feels good. That feels like a different thing than what you'd normally consider to be power. Power and influence aren't the same thing. Power gets you money. Influence gets you to further cool stuff happening in the world. You know, like the Velvet, the classic thing from the Velvets, and I've said this a billion times, is the story about the Beatles hit, and everybody was like, oh my God, and then they wanted to imitate the Beatles, or they wanted to be Paul McCartney or whatever, or they wanted to go and see more of the Beatles. Velvet's hit town, and everybody who went to the concert went out and started a band. That, to me, is the really cool thing. And we had just gotten through Jenny and a phone number, which if I say it, it'll get stuck in your head. And that is a BD. That is B tier. Hey, Jess. Because at the end of the day, you can't take wealth with you, or anything, really. But what you can do is have made some kind of positive difference for somebody somewhere. And it seems like a cool thing, and you sleep better at night if that was your aim, because you wind up seeing it happen. And every time you get a little reminder, you can carry that with you, like, oh, I did this thing. And this person said, oh, I'm glad that you like my work. I was doing it because you inspired me. Here, have a free thing. And that kind of stuff happens. And it's because of the choices you make. So let's see, BD for Tommy Two-Tone. So our entire U2 section charted. And some of it has skips and problems in it, although I've gone to heroic efforts sometimes to clean some of that stuff up. Like I've leaned little weights against the turntable tone arm to try to get stuff to play through clips and problems. Some of Peter Gabriel's stuff, and that's another one where, much like Blue Oyster Cult, I'd like to take my entire record collection from some of these bands and just pull the hits out of them and just run through all of them and see what they do, because they're so interesting and so much is going on. This is pretty much a heavy rock, like loud sonority and blasting away full time at a limited volume, mind you. So it's probably going to rate quite highly indeed, because it's going for energy. For the Peter Gabriel stuff, I think it will be interesting to see how it registers on the middle meter and the lower meter, because one of the things that Peter Gabriel did that was significant, you look at, for instance, the song Intruder, which I don't think it charted. I don't think we're actually going there, but Intruder has a really aggressive handling of the frequency domain. He is using the studio as an instrument. So you wouldn't see like this sound. What you'd see is in the zero cross meter, his groove is going to have some notes, some sounds, like right up here in this top area maybe even, where there will be certain sounds that actually register way the heck up here, between the 2K and the 20K meter. And that's because the mix is sparse enough to allow it to show up, and that he has such a loud sound all the way up there. And he'll also have sounds way the heck down here. Certain Peter Gabriel albums will register on the zero cross meter as being wildly wide-ranging. I'm almost certain that's what you would see. And we're not going to be able to see it today because I don't have that stuff recorded. Again, these are vinyl records. I end up having to record all of them at real time. There's no speeding any of this up. I'm also doing the meter at real time, although if there was a way that I could speed this up and still get legitimate results, I think I would do it. It wouldn't be fun to listen to that way, but so this is almost a definitive picture of how you do a mix that is wide-ranging, in which literally all of this, every sound is louder than everything else. That's the sound in a nutshell. There is no extra fluff anywhere. There's no extra room for anything anywhere. It's just all made to be as loud and overwhelming as possible. So that's kind of what, like, when I talk about if Skrillex could be made to be louder and more intense, take this and push it up about 60 dB and you'd have it. because there's room to push it up about 6 dB. But it would still basically do the same thing. And it's broken into A tier, which is understandable because A is for attention. It's doing it on the back of the guitar solo. Fair. But that's what you'd be doing. You'd have dubstep instead of this. And this is the kind of intensity and bombast you'd be producing. So you'd have dubstep instead of these things, but it would be doing this kind of thing. And probably about as densely, like about as continuously. There might just be little gaps here and there, but they'd be very brief. There'd be little brief gaps of basically silence in between all of that. Like gating a reverb send without cutting it off. Which is an idea that would probably work real good. And more, well, no, this has got a pretty good amount of sub energy. You would just have it be, you'd have it be balanced a little bit differently. Because again, the burial tracks do good with that. I can briefly show you one that I've already rated. So this is an AE. Understandably. It'd be interesting to see whether any of these go to high A. Because they're probably all going for the most attention possible. So let me see. Let me go and find my highest burial track. Again, it does not get rated as a... this doesn't get to rate as a charting hit record because it's a little too obscure. But here is what you'd get. You just maybe dial some of the amplitude back, but you know, this is literally already it. If you had Skrillex pumped to where it was all about the sub bass, because again, this is non-tear out. So to answer your question, Headhunters, it would look like this. This is classic dubstep. This is Burial first album, not untrue. And some of his stuff does literally that. This is about as loud as you can push it without going obviously distorted. So you do this. All these points of distortion go to exactly this point. They meet at this point. Oh yeah, no, it's way more subby. And because it's not tear out, here's where all your energy lies. If I can, I will do a evergreens on this. And then as you can see, the brightness goes about as bright as it dares to go, but not actually much brighter. It's not really covering up this entire meter. It's just it's filling up this range, and it's going about as loud as you can possibly go. So all of this is basically dialed in about perfectly. And then some of your upper mid-range. See, in order to really hit that going in the tear out range, see these dots here, like this dot here, and then these dots here, and this line here. If you wanted to go more tear out, you would be pushing more energy in this space between these dots here and down here. If you go below this line, you're like mid-70s rock, butt rock kind of sound. And if your energy is there, it's going to sound kind of mainstream, car commercial, whatever. Pushing just above this line is where the really intense human projection goes. And then some of this stuff is even brighter than that. And then, of course, we have just lots of really deep energy here. And this is Burial. This is a Burial track. But we have other things to look at as well while chatting our way through all of this. Probably we'll be able to get to a coding afternoon and do some of the work that I needed to do on the reverbs, because I kind of need to get these reverbs done before I can start actually remixing some of the stuff I need to remix. Like, all of my stuff is falling into place. I can show you a brief clip of video that will go into the remix of the track that I'm doing, although I might not. I might save it. But here is another 80s YouTube track. And this is how, unlike what the Police were doing in Ghost in the Machine, this is how to mix that better than the Police were doing in Ghost in the Machine. You still have the weight on the lows, you still have the weight on the drums, but then when the vocal sings out, that is taking as much energy as the lows. It's not less energy than the drums. It's not less energy than the beat. This is how to do this correctly. And then when the choir comes in, you haven't lost the kick, you haven't lost the drum. Some of the Rolling Stone stuff like this does that, where you lose the beat, you lose the drums when everybody kicks in. With this, you don't. The beat's still there, the drums are still there, but you notice, characteristically too, when Bono sings, he shows up on the meter in the mid-range, loud. That's what. And to some extent, that's more important than what the hit record line does. Like, it all depends. But like, you could have the hit record line go quite high, but if the lead vocal was not showing up relative to everything else, then you're kind of missing out. It would have to be a fairly unimportant lead vocal. Or converse, where if you have the lead vocal show up like this, people will assume it is important. And that's a very key point. Basically, any track that you want people to go, oh my God, that's the most important thing in the song, and that's amazing. Yeah, turn it up. That's really the secret to that. So I'm warming to the idea of the B tier being characterized as biggest. This big is a characteristic word for where these things go. And there's another detail between the word's attention and the word biggest, the word attention and the word biggest, which is you don't get biggest by pushing beyond it to A tier. That's like too aggressive. Aggressive would be another good A word, but I think attention is the best. And you have to trade off some of the A tier energy to be able to get it to B tier, and B tier is where you would have the most sales. A tier is where you would get people to pay attention to you. B tier is where you're actually selling stuff, because you're targeting more of a mainstream audience. And you can't target a mainstream audience with like Helter Skelter. They'll notice, they'll damn well notice, but they won't want to go out and get it. And that's why B tier is really where the sales live. And then C, comfortable. We have just heard U2's I Still Haven't Found What I'm Looking For, which goes good and loud and stuff, but I think it's pretty easily categorized as that's a super comfortable loud U2 song to be listening to. It just swinging along, doing its thing, and is not attacking you, is not demanding too much, everything just kind of sits comfortably. It is a CC. It is the most comfortable of comfortable. Now we've got a couple of other ones which I think are of different character from different albums. Here's earlier stuff by them. And this is aiming for something else. This one's not set up to be comfortable. This, I bet also, once you start getting into the CD masters of it, it's going to be loudinated. This begs to be loudinated. You can easily get away with making this substantially louder than it is. Like 3 dB easy. You could probably get away with 6 dB without ruining it. Look at where the peaks live. I would probably push up the body of this to that second line, which is 12 dB down, and consider that to be optimized. In fact, we could do that after I've measured it. And it might be a fun little experiment. It's going to cost it, I think, because if I do that, I start losing some of this energy here. See, I'd be clipping off some of this stuff, and so it would flatten out a little bit as it got louder. Because this is absolutely going into that attention zone A tier. I could maybe even add a word on the end of that to really drive home what's going on. But yeah, like I said, a bunch of this could be made a good 3-4 dB louder and you'd still get away with it. Like everything below where my cursor is would still be there. Turning it up wouldn't actually change the dynamics and balance of this. Also, our peaks would also be subject to that, but these peaks, you can get away with clipping them off. It would be fine. They're not contributing to the score. And yeah, it is a fine example of early U2 attention getting, how they got to be the band that made the Joshua Tree, that made all this other stuff, that sold 1 billion records. You have to start out by getting attention. And this is definitively doing that job. It's not perfectly defined, it's not perfectly worked out, but they really have a knack for going into those big choruses and just letting it all hang out. That's where that energy comes from. And it would work the same if they were singing wildly out of tune. The same basic thing would happen. It would just... See, that is where reality comes into play. And if, like, Bono was singing... Well, and you never can tell either, because there are artists who have made massive, giant hit records out of tune. Kenny G with that saxophone that drives some people completely up the wall. The elevator music guy typically plays really sharp. And that's the sound. That's his sound. By the same token, if Bono was doing exactly the same thing, but he was singing kind of flat, the tone of voice would be the same, and you'd kind of get away with it. You'd kind of get away with even if he wasn't singing on pitch. And probably some of the time he's not. A lot of these classic hits exist before art. And let's see just how far they're willing to go. Again, A tier is for attention. This is New Year's Day, so this is early U2. And they're probably going to go for the big ending. They seem to have taken a breath. But I think they're probably going to go for a big ending. I think they have let too much space in, and they can't actually bounce back from that to score higher than the AC that they scored. There's not enough time. Yeah. No, they're just coming in for a landing now. But yeah, this is a very high rating in terms of grabbing as much attention as possible. And I think that's entirely appropriate because that's what this album did for them. I bet. Doesn't matter as far as it being a hit record is concerned because it's the sound. It's the energy, the humanity that's being expressed, and the sound is being expressed by belting painfully loud and putting the emotional expression of it overrides the ability to hit the exact pitch. So AC, I am not surprised that went as high as it did. We got a new A tier, and it's further demonstrating what all of this stuff is actually about. Here's another. I think this is a different album, but it's the same kind of thing. Maybe not. Maybe this was the same album. I've never been that big of a YouTube follower, so. But again, this is their sound. Again. Oh, and I was going to amplify that. Well, I don't see anybody asking me to do it, so it's fine. I think this is the same album because it's delivering the same basic thing. And again, it is showing that you could amplify this and get away with it. The sound could be made louder and you would be fine. You wouldn't lose that much loudnating it to an extent. Because coming off of the original vinyl, there's more dynamic range than people normally allow. So they're allowing some peaks that don't actually contribute. I'm going to take maybe, well, we'll let it play through. But I could just follow this up if I remember it's worth doing. If anybody says to do it, I will absolutely do it. I can use AD Clip 8 and I can distort this until it is as loud as I say you can get away with. And then you can hear through ContentHideD, admittedly, what that sounds like. And see what a meter's like, because you'll then start seeing the clipping on the meter. And you'll start seeing what it does, but it'll still be pretty well optimized. There's room for this to be optimized at slightly louder than it is. And I would do that if it was mine and I was putting it out as a single. I would be amplifying this to some extent. Because it's just showing that range. It's showing the ability to go there. And that would actually make all of this blue stuff that is so densely registering, it will probably make the hit record rating go slightly higher. Maybe very higher, but definitely it would let it go slightly higher if you had just loudnated it a tiny bit. I'm thinking like 3 dB. Maybe a hair over 3 dB, and that's all you'd need. 2-3 dB more from this. And we've got yet another example of it is doing that. This is going to be the same album, I think, because it's doing the same thing. It's going right up into the pay attention to me zone. And clearly trying to peg the top of the charts. It might very well get to AB. It might not. Does it in its unaltered state where we have actually normalized it to the hottest peak. Yeah, it makes it to AB in the final fade. That tracks. That tracks. This is how you do becoming a U2. Is by accident or on purpose you do this. So it is a legit AB. I haven't closed the file yet. But what happens if we loudinate it? Let's use my special techniques of recently released plugins such as clip8. We're going to put it on Apotheosis and give it just under 3 dB. Let me see what that looks like. Okay. This is literally what we're doing right now, Florian. Let's find out what we got. We have now taken the U2 off of vinyl record, which is about as optimal as you can possibly get, and gone back in, loudinated it a little bit, and now we're going to see what that does, and you will hear it through the ContentHideD. You don't get to hear like it constantly because I'm doing a live stream, but you'll get to hear some of it. So those are your clips, and you're going to see more of them. But it shouldn't sound as wildly distorted. Our high frequency stuff is not actually going excessive here. This bit got a little bit excessive, but mostly it's not obnoxiously bright here. I've got separate plugins to deal with that as well. I should probably do a mastering plugin with all these things combined to let you do that. Also, you'll notice that when Bono sings, it is the drums that are... Oh, no, don't worry about that. This is already clip8. clip8 is clipping. I don't know what a commonality test in the groups is. So what we're basically doing here is our loudest sounds are going up to about the maximum loudness that you can get away with. And we're going to see whether this one, which made it to AB previously, would make it to AA in its final form if you just loudinated it a little bit. And mostly the red lines on the top are the clipping points. That's pretty much just only happening on snare hits. We're not, and it is. We're not actually clipping on any of the vocals. We're not actually clipping on any of the guitars. It's only clipping off the snare hits. And it got there. Very early, in fact. We've got a minute of song left, at which point it is going to go off into the stratosphere of AA. Oh no, you would be hearing the distortion on the drums because I have distorted the drums. I have now clipped it using clip8. So you should be hearing clipping on the drums. It's literally there. That's how I got the added volume. In fact, the drums are clipping quite hard. But then that's this being pushed as hard as it can go. We could continue to play if that's interesting to people. See, this outro is in the double A zone, but it is pushed so hard that we're now doing a whole bunch of distortion and saturation. So I added 3 dB. If I add 9 dB, so we brought the loudest parts up to 12 dB down. If the loudest parts go up to 6 dB down, they will intersect, and it will be obviously, we can find out, because you can already kind of hear the distortion. And if I start clipping off these blue spots, the sound will basically die. I might want to throw my shifting a bit gain in, because I'll be blasting you guys with little bursts of sound. Maybe not immediately. But yeah, so we were able to get the meter up to double A meter simply by loudinating a little bit when it was already this well managed. Back to normal. Now we push it ridiculously far. And by ridiculously far, I mean to the point of obviously too far. So we had 3 dB. It doesn't need quite 6 dB more than that to reach the point of obviously too far. So rather than being 9 dB, we'll push it a little bit over 7 dB. And now it's gross. So this is what you don't want. Now let's see how badly it punished it. This is modern mastering. I'm padding it down 12 dB. So it's not too painful. And here we go. So this is what happens to you when you do this. It's 2024 mastering, as is normally used. You'll notice that thanks to my processing, it's still not too appalling. Like if it was straight clipping, yes, you would still have these high frequency lines, but it's restraining them. That's 80 clip 8 for you. 80 clip 8 is successfully keeping these spikes from going to be truly deeply obnoxious. Clip only 2 would be not quite as good as this. It wouldn't have quite as much fullness. It's hanging on to bits of decency in the sound, at least for now. It's going to lose everything pretty soon. But yeah, we are at an FF grade at this point. And that's what people normally do in mastering these days. It's pretty worthless. You see that you've got little windows where something peeks through, but that's pretty few and far between. We've just gone so completely far. And this is basically the volume level that is considered to be necessary to function in the 2024 music industry. So this has got to go. it's useless. It'll be very easy to beat this kind of stuff with like what I did the previous time, where you compare this like Z tier result with the AA stuff that I did. It sounds very 2024 in the most unfortunate of ways. Now watch what happens as the fade exits, because the amplitude will ramp down and we'll start to see the sound of the original track come out and go through an area where it's coming back to life. And there it is. So there is our little adventure in 2024 Loudination and the amplitude that you normally have to put things. This is probably one of the cleanest ways of doing it. Like 80 Clip 8 is really pretty good at doing this. You're not going to be able to get that much else that does much better than that. And that's all you can get out of that style. And it does sound very 2024 in a deeply unfortunate way. Do you want to save the changes? Oh, heavens, no. We're going to go back to looking at actual hit records that sound good. We're still in the middle of doing that. Still got a bunch of stuff to investigate. So this is back to full volume to the stream. See you later, Jess. I fear this might... Well, no, I think that's probably the hats. I was trying to figure out whether this was all surface noise. This band lent itself to 80s sound. Hey, Beans Beef Broccoli. You can hear what's going on in U2's sound here, and it evolved as they got albums under their belt, is they have a tendency to be as loud and as bright as they can. So you got Larry Mullen on drums, and he's beating the crowd out of his cymbals. And that's what's making the sea of red spots that are the slew metering. The red spots are because there's just a sea of white crackle everywhere, so that makes this kind of fatiguing. You're missing out a little bit by doing that. It'll do fine, but it's losing something from not having a balance. However, you can see on the zero cross meter that the beat of those drums is coming across nicely. It's not perfectly regular. They weren't very skilled players at the time. But you have a very obvious beat coming through. Most of the time. I mentioned how on Ghost in the Machine, Stuart Copeland was able to put a really regular low frequency beat in there. Larry Mullen is doing that through basically just sheer force. He's a loud drummer with a heavy foot, and so he would really pound the drums, and that's part of what the reason is. But the mix is tending to focus on... The mix is focusing on the vocals and guitars, and that's also why as the energy raises, a lot of this stuff goes loud in the upper mid-range, but it's not showing up as blue because it's a little too shrill. You can see all the high frequency stuff up here, and it's coming off of everything. It's not just the drums. And there's so much of it, it is so predominating in the highs that it's losing score as it goes along. It just becomes kind of fatiguing. It's costing you to by the fact that it's bright and aggressive and everything is now brighter than everything else. As they continue to work, they start to dial in the sound where they're pushing sort of the bigness and sonority of everything, and that's when they really come into their own. This is still like the bright, strident air of the practice space kind of thing. Everything's just a little crackly, everything's a little too aggressive. We could play with this too. Very possible. And I know just how I would do it too. Yeah, part of what's happening here is and I got criticized for this in a song too. I had a ride cymbal going that just took over everything. Larry Mullen has a half-open hi-hat going that takes over everything. And it's just at all times. And it's just a tyrant. And so it makes it to CB, which it's actually not that comfortable to listen to because it's trying to do the biggest possible sound, but it's too bright. Pretty sure that was what it was. Yep, CB. So here's how we'd fix that. It's not as easy to dial this in, but I can play little bits of it, I think. We'll fire up Air 3, but rather than using it to add air, we're going to use it to add ground, because we have a little bit of gain that we can add, but we can do it without adding the air.
And the battle's just begun.
So if we do that, we're now using Air 3 to dial back some of the highs, and we're pushing the rest of it up in volume. This should probably not make it clip. It actually did, didn't it? How about we undo that and dump in again? Because I know I don't want it to actively clip as much, so what we'll do is we'll dial it back a hair, and continue to dial the air back a tiny bit, and let's see what that looks like. That's probably a little closer. Oh yeah, no, that's going to be more or less tolerable. At least it's not going to clip the peaks off too hard. And we got to remember not to save this, because this is no longer the accurate representation of what the album was doing. But we can look at how it measures now that we've fixed it, right? So now other stuff has become louder, and we've still got that dense cloud of red dots, but some of the other stuff is being lifted up into that zone. And we're clipping some of the drum heads, but not too hard. We're just clipping them a little tiny bit. That our little cloud of blue peaks is now way higher than it was. So it's like a remastering, but it's the opposite of what people usually do with the remasterings. In that we made it louder, but we didn't make it lots brighter, because it didn't need to be brighter. We took it a little more into that Joshua Tree kind of place, and it is already showing the signs of... Because, yeah, we can get away with that clipping. We've turned down the highs a little bit, and they're still poking up here, but the amount that they're poking through here is not actually in a bad way. We can get away with some of this. And that's how you take a early U2 track and remaster it to be more like a big mid-period
The trenches.
U2 track. Sounds a little less tinny, and it goes. But the clipping that we're doing isn't really stepping on any of the blue dots. It might have a hair of obvious distortion in there, because this is not actually using any limiting compression, and it's based off of the initial track that's very bright. But it's probably not pushing so hard that the amount of distortion it's causing is super obnoxious. And yeah, remaster. And yeah, like you could do that with Stonefire and dial in the bass so that you're pulling some of the. Actually, we're pushing the mids up. We're refusing to push the highs, but we're pushing the mids up a little bit. I fooled around with Stonefire to try to dial in a Rolling Stones track that I knew was really intense. Enough of that, I think. Do you want to save? No, I don't. But you could make an argument for it's worth saving because that was a pretty good remaster. I think it went harder than it needed to as far as becoming loud. I don't think I needed to make it as loud as I did. But then if I was doing this all in an effect stack like this, I'd be able to dial it in as I went. It would be not very easy and direct. So this is an interesting one. This is one where it's a bit of a famous track because this is the one that took up like half the time of the Joshua Tree recording. This is the one where Brian Eno wanted to erase all the tracks to force everybody to do it over again. And it's probably a pretty good idea that he didn't. And there's a skip in it, so it's all ContentHideD anyhow, so it doesn't matter. But this is one of those tracks where my record wasn't in good enough shape, and so I'm not able to really do a proper version of it. But he explained it as follows, that there were many problems with the version of the track that was on tape, as much as everybody enjoyed it. And so they were spending all of their time doing overdubs, trying to play around the problems that existed on the tape, like a moment when it jumped ahead in time a little bit, or probably not things that were out of tune or whatever, but just the ways that it goes. And one side effect of that, I think, is that when you listen to the actual track, as it continues to add new parts and everybody struggles to keep up with what the underlying track was doing, there's an electricity to it, a huge intensity to it. And this one also has room for loudination. A fair number of these YouTube tracks are like that, where you could get away with clipping off some of those highest peaks. You'd make intelligent decisions around it, mind you, but you could get away with that. Sometimes you could even get away with pushing the brightness. Because it's not quite like that really early stuff where it's just a sea of high frequency. When the high frequency stuff that's showing up here, and again, you wouldn't want to clip this off because you'd hear it. Clip off a dense cluster of high frequency peaks like this and it'll start sounding trashy. I don't have any Roger Waters that's not good for it, sorry. I'll So I'm in the middle of asking the Reaper forums if they can help me make my Reaper plugin where I can assign colors to all of the faders and then have all tracks colored that be increased or lowered by whatever the control surface does. Because I have my heart set on making that happen. That would be really cool. But yeah, when I look at this, what I see is that you could easily add a little bit of gain to this and get away with it. It is reserving a lot of dynamic peak energy range for the end. And that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But you don't have to reserve tiny little, you don't have to spend the entire song waiting on the final little outburst with peaks that are like this up here. And they're not even registering as these clouds in blue, which represent synergy between the peak and the slew. Like this, you don't want to clip this, but you could clip this and it would be fine. Clip individual blue dots and be fine. It's just the sheer number of them in a space is what matters for doing this. Like when it bursts into this area and you got this cluster of stuff happening. That's what you want. There's exciting moments when it's like boom, all of a sudden all the sound is everywhere all around you. That said, we are clearly ramping up to a dramatic finish. So yeah, if I had to remaster this, I would give it a tiny little more volume than this. And it would be fine. I'd be fine doing it. It has about 2 dB easy. And there will be no more increasing of the number, so BC, it reached BC for biggest. And I think that's legit. That is clearly what this song is like. And one final, before we can move on to Van Halen and then be finished with this part. And I can return to coding. There are several things I want to do with the coding. One of them is bring my undersampling stuff into plugins that I can release and that I can start working with, because before I start remixing things, I want to have some variations of my good reverbs, which I haven't necessarily got right away.
See the stone, see the thorn.
It's very cute watching this one come into form in the zero cross meter.
For you.
It kind of gradually appears as sets of frequencies. And even when we're very, very quiet, our vocalist is showing up with those blue dots. So that's interesting. That's something I have to pay close attention to, because if I'm going to be remixing my own stuff, I have to be able to make sense of my own vocals. Figure out like what I need to do in order to get them to register in this way, because it's not necessarily going to be me belting. I can do that, but that's not necessarily the best way that I sound. And with anybody working with this kind of thing, the interesting part is figuring out what you're supposed to be doing. I'm also still curious about how to characterize my letter rankings, because I could still do an update on that. Because when I draw these things, I am drawing them by defining a string, meaning that as I go, I can literally add whatever word I want. Like all the A tiers could have a whatever dash attention, and it can just highlight that. It can just absolutely telegraph that intentionality completely. So if you go beyond B tier to A tier, you should know that you have gone beyond optimal biggest. So it would say that every single time. And all I have to do is write that in. And it'll do it. But in order to do that, I would like to be able to define what D, E, and F mean. And so maybe we'll take a little time to do that. This is also a beautiful example of one of those building in insanity songs where it just grows and grows and grows and grows and goes completely bonkers. And there's a little bit of room to let it be loudinated, but this one barely has any room to be loudinated because it already goes so hard at the end. Like what we see up here, our loudest peaks in this outburst at the very end are like 1 dB down. There really isn't much else you can do. And it makes it right up to AF and then stops. I think that's fair. And then the ending bit, Edge talked about this in their classic albums, where he said, this is the best possible ending for a guitar solo, but it's not actually a guitar solo. He's just going ding, 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 ding. And you can see the amount of space in there, and you can see that it's just hovering at the C level. I think this still registers as, A level attention, B level biggest, C level comfortable, and then D level something else. We'll figure it out. And so what he's done is it sinks down to C level where we're comfortable because it is chilled out. And then he starts playing ding, 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 ding. And then it just swells up a little bit towards biggest without leaving comfortable, and the end of the song just rises gently, remaining comfortable the entire time. It's not going for one of those big bursts, but it's going for being in that zone that matches the intentionality of the song. The intentionality of the song, the intentionality of the guitar being played, they're shooting for comfortable for the outro. They're shooting for, now we just relax into a bath of good vibes. And that's exactly where the line goes. It's perfect. It's perfect. So there we are. So at AF at its peak. Not AFG, just AF, thank you. And we've got some Van Halen, a Vangelis track, and yes, to finish out this note-taking stuff that we're doing. Although I feel like I want to go and, I don't know, stretch my neck, make another cup of coffee before it's noon, and do a little of that. So I'm going to do a little of that if that's okay with you. Here is a track of mine that I had where it got into a zone where it's a bunch of 303s and good sounding noises. We'll stop the content hiding for this. I'll put on my little hourglass, and I'll rejoin you in a moment for the Van Halen and yes, and Vangelis part of the day. And we'll measure that stuff out, and I'll be back in a minute. Alrighty, so that was Batik Erotic, and I see I have a question in stream. So where you find the meter is by going to my GitHub, and I'm going to take a moment and paste it into the stream for you. Hang on a second, we'll do that, and then I will go and go through the remaining things, and then we have some decisions to make as to how to revise this meter so that it tells you what it's intending to do. Also notice that I think I have too much bass going on in this track. Fun as it is. Fun as it is. I could have been doing this better. Boop. You go here. And here's where you would go. So it's going to show all the ones that you can get and expose the ones that are most recent. Let's paste that in. I'm going to have some of the requesting songs for evergreens be for Patreons only. The meter, no, you can download the meter anytime you like. So having got there, and I do have some, so this is a draft pull request. Sudara is not finished with this yet. Otherwise, I would go and do it, and then we would have clap plugins as well. But I also have a revision to make, and I'll show you what that is in a moment. But what we're going to do first is go through some of these final tracks while I have my last cup of espresso for the day, which is here. Voila, just like that. It is Buddy Coffee. What Buddy Coffee is espresso with a little cinnamon and cayenne, similarly to how Fluffy Coffee is espresso with cinnamon and also a bunch of maple syrup and steamed milk. So you can't taste the coffee. But who wants to not be able to taste the coffee, I ask you? Being able to taste the coffee is what tells you when you're going too far, and there is such a thing as too far, but we're not there today. We turn back on ContentHideD, and we're analyzing a Van Halen track. You can even see on the meter how some of your filter sweepy things sit really well with people. That synthesizer is doing a really great job of being in the zone of what people consider to sound good, which one would expect. I mean, it's a soloed intro. It goes too bright some of the time, but when we have that great Oberheim filter sweep going on, it registers on the meter. Meaning this could also serve as a kind of compositional tool too. And then this was a hit record. You're not going to get to listen to it straight up because it's still ContentHideD, but I probably can do this one as an evergreens. So I'm just adding to my little note card here some of my notes, such as color coding how much of a hit things were. I also need to come up with names for D and possibly E and F. but I also need to revise the meter command today so that it doesn't just say CC, it also says comfortable. That being the purpose of being in that region. You need to be able to see when it goes from like comfortable, or I feel like D might count as D5. But we do have like it can stand for things, and attention, biggest, and comfortable are good for A, B, and C. I think it fits nicely into those categories. And if you want comfortable, you kind of have to dial back from pushing for biggest. And if you want biggest, you don't get to go all the way to A for attention, because that's going a little bit too far. It gets too aggressive when you push that hard. So what I'm going to be doing, once we go through all of these and we have literal top 10, top 25, or top 100 hits all assigned to their correct places, then I go and look through what the letters look like in the actual measurements, this list that I'm compiling, and I'm going through and writing down what everything is rated as. And then I decide what words should be associated with those things. Hopefully in a way where if you're shooting for D, you actively don't want to go to A, you don't want to go to B. So there has to be something like, see, this is hovering at B for biggest, which I think is completely appropriate. The sound of Van Halen doing this is clearly shooting for that. They are clearly shooting for being the biggest stadium rock act ever, continuing to do that. They're not pushing for attention as hard as they're always done. And they're not falling back on just making comfortable music. The scale of what they're doing is going there. So if you were trying to do that, you'd probably settle on biggest as the description of what you were trying to reach. And as such, using this meter for that purpose would help you dial that in. It would help you know, like, okay, here's where we have too many background vocals and too many percussion implements going on, and it is making things too fatiguing, it is not comfortable, or it is not big anymore, it's just exhausting. Oh, and I have just realized something that I should probably cover. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've missed one. So this is BD, biggest. We got a bunch of stuff down here that didn't chart. A bunch of stuff that's good but doesn't count, because I'm measuring only the charting ones. And we've only got this many to go, so get through that today. But here's the thing. We got Paradise by the Dashboard Light here, and there's a skip in it, so I can't actually use it. But we do have that. So I feel certain that that was a hit. I feel like that one was, I'm missing out on not including that, so I got to go to the website that I found for doing that stuff with, and we're going to have a quick look. Because that was pretty much his biggest hit. And that's another one. So all of these were giant hits. Okay, so I need to go and record that one because I missed that. We've got a number of things from this. That was actually the biggest. This was also a hit, and this was also a hit. It counts as top 100. It doesn't quite make it to even top 25, which is interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Do we have a recent chart? Nope. I Do Anything for Love is bigger. and out of a follow-up album. That's interesting. Oh, you're running these two? Cool. Off of the CD or off of the vinyl? Because it would have to kind of match from my vinyl. But I don't doubt it. Some of the Massive Attack is going to go for lower numbers because it's not actually trying to be the aggressivest stuff out there. So let's see, 39. So I can in fact rate that. That counts as top 100. And we're going to go and check it out right now. The fact that there's a skip in it shouldn't actually matter because you're not actually even hearing that part. But we do get to see what it does. And I'm quite interested in that. Because this is an old record. So this is the kind of thing I'm looking for. Oh, on some of these things I'm using the CD versions. Like for the Skrillex, I'm not looking for a vinyl version. For the Skrillex, I'm using the CD version directly, exactly as it stands. It means that a lot of stuff will be louder, but like there is a at one point I got a CD of the big hit Ace of Base album, and that would be a completely appropriate one. In fact, if I use the CD version of that, I actually have to normalize the songs up because none of the songs are even close to clipping on that. And it might be worth it to run off and quickly do that while I'm in the middle of doing this. Otherwise I'll forget. I have so many other things to do. Let's give it a try. We can get that ready while Meatloaf is doing his thing. That would be my card. I'm tempted to try to do some of the Plastic Man. We've also got a bunch of Depeche Mode, and I don't have any of that. I've got Ill Communication off of a CD. I don't have nearly enough hip-hop, so I'll use Ill Communication. Just grab like Sure Shot, or I'll go and look up what their hit was off of that and use it. And then I'll also copy the Ace of Base, the song, and grab the hit songs off of that, normalize them, and use them. And then I am wondering very much whether I've got... Plastic Man is actually MP3. I need to get more of those actual albums. And I got a bunch of stuff that is far too loud. Although I've got Godspeed You Black Emperor, and I know that that's dynamic. I guess not that worried about it. We could have a look at Boards of Canada. I don't know. I hadn't really been doing this. So here is a that I already copied.
Bottom of the ninth. This boy can really...
We'll kind of keep that going in the background. It's a long song. And let's see.
Bottled out and set. He's out. No way.
Look up.
Here's the...
Not play whatever that was. Biggest hit,
Third safe bet.
clearly. And also Come As You
And
Are.
pick 'em off.
Plain barely making it. Lithium makes it. Many hits off of Nevermind. And yeah, so it smells like Teen Spirit, are On a Plane, and Lithium were the hits off of Nevermind. I'll check that again later. Some of these guys, I don't. Ooh. It's going to be less easy to do this, but I want to check some on my Deadmau5. I owned these CDs. I had to go and buy the. I had to go and buy the CD from Skrillex, but I already own the actual CDs for this. So I'm curious what I can do about Deadmau5 hits, assuming he's got any. I would be a little surprised if he didn't. So let's have a little look. One of the things about Roger Waters' solo albums is that they're likely to be extremely dynamic and wide in frequency and stuff, and so they're not going to do the 1960s stuff.
I can wait all night.
Boop. So we've got several things. Random album title is his first, and some of these do kinda. There's going to be Faxing Berlin and I Remember. They're all going to be in the 100, because they're not big enough to actually be Billboard. And then, for lack of a better name, you have, of course, Strobe and Ghosts and stuff. And then I'll have to figure that one out later. And hang on, oh, never mind. I don't have to do all of this at once. It's fine. I've got a nice little start here for further things I can add to my list of all the stuff that I'm doing. Hopefully I'll still be able to do the coding stuff I wanted. And let's go back to the meter and see how Meatloaf is doing with what was most assuredly a hit that is big. It's all about big operatic stuff, and so that appears to be where we're taking. And Nothing Is Doing is really pushing all the way through to attention demanding, aggression producing, all of the above. It's staying at biggest possible sound, which I think is completely appropriate for this act. All of his stuff goes for big. And that's what we get. That's what it is. And it is hanging into the final fade, while hanging on to like every little bit of it's staying big all the way to the end of the fade, which is, I buy it. I believe that. So, BC. Not BNC, that's a connector. BC. Categorically, definitively big. Big, big, big. In every sense of the word. No pun intended. And over to a little Van Halen. Once I'm finished doing some of those things, I'm going to go in and dig out some of the Ace of Base things I mentioned, where, like I said, you can get CDs that are not loudinated from some of these acts. I think that Beastie Boys might also count for that, but it's going to push the loudinated a little harder, but the Ace of Base, no. No, that CD, similarly to some of the Depeche Mode that I've got, it might be a little on the bright side. Similarly to the Nirvana tracks I've got, it might be a little on the bright side, but it's going to be dynamic. And there's our Van Halen doing its little break.
It's gonna look like this.
Its little break has kind of a lot of high frequency information going on. And then back into the... I'd be a little surprised if this didn't reach A. This is the kind of sound that's going for A. It's not going for B, it's going for A. There's no warmth to this, it's just blasting. The density of the notes being played is also full blast. In particular, the areas we see, we're like right in the middle of the first chorus, and it does these little breaks. But there's a lot of information happening there, so it doesn't just drop away when it goes into the breaks. So I think this is this going into the guitar solo and then a break and then the final outro. So this is where it's going to peak out. If it can overcome the drop of this interstitial part where it goes quiet because it chose to go quiet. And then it'll take a while to blast back off again. But again, I think this one's aiming for A. And it's an interesting question as to whether it gets there. It might get there with a little bit of loudness, because as you can see, there's room to make it like 2 dB louder, and you're not really going to lose anything. And going about 2 dB louder would give it that additional boost. I'm not sure it's going to make it. But yeah. And then the guitar solo. I have not had a Dr. Dre record or CD, but yeah, because entire genres evolved in the direction of being able to support what the CD makes possible. A little weird that it loses energy when you get the guitar solo, but go figure. So this makes it to the lowest ranks of B. Okay, unless it does the final outro and really rises above that way. Because those pauses really take away the ability of it to hit the really high numbers. And yeah, I still have to go in and figure out what to call the D, E, and F tiers. In particular, the D tier is going to be important because there are things that will target it. There were things that will be appropriate for that. And here we've got Van Halen not actually succeeding in the big climax because it's just all bright and stuff. And that's not how you do that kind of thing. So they didn't end with intensity, they ended with, okay, we're done. We're tired of this noise now and time to go and play something else, which is fine. What I'm going to play is just more Van Halen, but this rated as BE, which is fair. We've got quite a bit of 1984 era Van Halen off here. All of this is normalized. The interesting thing about the Ace of Base is that it is a early Swedish pop production. It's like Max Martin's first big thing. So we'll get to, I've never looked at it in a recent version of this meter. I've never had the opportunity to see how that actually balances out that classic hit record sound in some of its ideal forms, because I think that some of that stuff actually suits itself to be on CD because it's designed to be extreme in this kind of way. And it'll retain a lot of dynamic range, so it's going to have a lot of space in it. It might nail certain kinds of things real well. I'm very interested to see how that works out. I can't do any editing on it, mind you, because I'm using the program that I used to do the editing to do this. I'm going to go and return that. Unsurprisingly, Van Halen from 1984 era is pushing for the B area. B stands for biggest. That's an accurate description of what Van Halen is trying to be at this time. And this synthesizer-based Van Halen is doing a pretty darn good job of going there. Although I gotta say, the synthesizer-based Van Halen is also a little bit soft rock. So I think it's fair that it only makes it to BF. We'll see whether it goes any farther. That little sort of liquidy, spacey noise that the synthesizer made showed up as bright blue. It's kind of pleasing every time I see that the sort of hit record measurement part of it, the stuff that registers as a key moment in the song tends to show up there. This is also, unlike Hot for Teacher, this is a song where the solo lifts it. The solo is lifting it higher. It's useful. That's what you want it to do. But it doesn't always work, and in the Hot for Teacher solo, it kind of drops with the solo, but with this one, it lifts. Cool. Gus Dudgeon, a fan of MCI contents. Fair enough. Understood. Oh, he hates SSLs, does he? One of the things about MCI versus SSL is that mid-range peak that you can get out of boosting the MCI is also fairly narrow. The thing with the SSL, much like with my recent plugin, the Biquad Stack, and the one that's going to come out, which is going to be the parametric, is that you can have the behavior of the SSL peaks without the cruddy lo-fi op-amp sound of them. Like, you don't have to have both of those at the same time. You can have some of the behavior, a little bit of both, in other words. Because the thing about the MCI peak is it is very narrow. And the SSL peak can be spread out. But it can be spread out at the cost of having to run a more complicated circuit with a bunch of op-amps, and so you lose some of the sonority. In the digital domain, you don't have to. You can just design stuff to work properly for you. So that's what I'm doing. That's what the Console X is going to have, is the best of both worlds to the best of my ability. Anywho, BE this was. There are not an infinite number of Van Halen charting heads, but there's a fair number. And then we'll throw in a Beastie Boy track or two. We've already got a couple from Paul's Boutique off of vinyl, but we'll do a Beastie Boys off of CD, because I own this CD. And then we'll do Ace of Base off of CD, off of an early enough CD that it is incredibly dynamic, and I'll literally have to turn it up in order to make it be normalized. So yeah, one of the things that happened on 1984 is that Eddie Van Halen stepped away from the brown sound a little bit. He's a little brighter. And you can see that in the measurements, like it's very accurately lining up with the peaks, but just a bit higher. And it's costing the measurement a little bit, where he's got just a little bit too much chug, a little bit too much crunch. That said, this was the 80s, and so this is almost exactly what people wanted to hear at this time. It makes all the sense in the world that in the literal 80s, this was a big deal and people loved the hell out of it, because in the 80s you had just gotten to the point where, oh, we can have all these the sea of red spots that mean this is all the high frequency glitter and detail, which almost defines what the 80s mean. So this is Van Halen translated to the 80s. You could turn it down using, I don't know, Air 3 or whatever, just to dial it in a little bit better and probably heighten it a little bit more. I'm not sure if I need to do that. I've got enough other things on my plate today. But you could. Like if I was mixing this, I would start looking into turning the brightness on the guitars down and making them louder. I'd balance them to have a little bit more sonority and a little bit less sizzle. Well, if you're heading to bed, Crappy Blonde, have a nice evening. Yeah, I think I just answered that as if it was being asked to me. Go figure. Well, I'm doing the stream, so what the hey. Understandable if I respond to people on chat. So let's see about, we're just kind of going through and measuring all of these things, although I can tell you one of the things that I could do between tracks is a little bit of coding on this very filter. It's definitely C for comfortable. And there we are. It's doing some of those hit record things. So CB. And then the final ones for the Mighty Van Halen are in fact off the first album. Running with the Devil. And this is going to be more of the original Van Halen sound before they went all 80s. And so during the little ContentHideD snippets, listen to that guitar tone and how it differs from the 1984. That that is a very distant tone. That's the sound of space in air. And that's the sound of a really loud amp, although it's using a variac to dial down the voltage a little bit to make it softer. But yeah, this is a lot of bigness. And you do have high frequency glitter happening, because this is like the hair metal era. Part of the hair metal sound is all this high frequency stuff up here. Like, take the high frequency away and it's a different genre. Hair metal will always have this, the 80s detail up there. I'm glad that worked out for you. I'm going to try to get to final places in this and then just leave them. Like the changes that I'm going to do today, and I do need to investigate the D before updating these numbers, is to add additional information after where it says BF to sort of explain a little more what that means. So with this one, as it rises up to BF, it will say next to it biggest. And then if it goes beyond to A, it will say attention next to that. And that will be telegraphing what the intent is. So if you're trying to reach biggest, you would make adjustments to not go beyond it. If you're trying to make a comfortable sounding piece of music, you would not go beyond to biggest. And I need to find what D represents as well. Because it's the same deal. It's like stuff that counts as a hit record, that succeeded as a hit record, and yet this line doesn't go up, means something. And if I can make the instructional part on the top say that thing, I can direct people away from just looking for line go up. Because line go up is not always what you're going to want to do. But Van Halen is always going to be the biggest of the hair metal. I would imagine them as wanting to go to A, but they kind of really can't because it's too big and deep of a sound. Although I suppose they could surprise me with other tracks, but this was a legit hit, and it counts as BE, which I think lines up right next to a bunch of other Van Halen hits. And yeah, their tempo is not that hot on this one. However, here's their final hit, You Really Got Me. Also, if you can hear the guitar through this ContentHideD, listen for how cool this guitar sounds. Because it immediately is like, oh my god, that's the best guitar sound in the world, I want to get a guitar. That's kind of what this one makes you do. It's like, I must get a guitar and make these noises. So here we go. And sure enough, we get the blue in there representing optimal sound, although it's throwing some of that 80s highs in there too. And it's doing it from an apparent distance, which is even more impressive. It doesn't sound up front. Well, if you made a track that was BD, it might be in the realm of bigger. Remember, B doesn't mean better. Nor does A mean highest grade. B means you're working on big sounding stuff. So you could make a track, whether it's good is a whole other story, but you could dial in the sound to be bigger or richer or more chill and comfortable. C also would work for chill, but I'm going to lean on comfortable for that one. And each of these should be excluding the other ones. And it looks like they're going for a high A rating for You Really Got Me. They're only halfway through. Mind you, I think they're going to have a pause in there, so it might drop. but easy B territory right here. And of course, this was literally a charting hit record, so we know that it's a hit record. And the question is, what range does it go in when it's being a hit record? I'm also curious as to whether in this interstitial part, where it becomes quieter, is it going to lose points? Looks like it's dropping a little bit. The question becomes like, does it drop away completely? Or does it continue doing things that hang on to the score? Because you can go quiet and still have lots of this blue stuff around, and that's what it's measuring. Is it switching to a chill area where it's doing the job of being a lower rated? It's a completely different beast from the Kinks, although you'll notice in this area, similar effect. Just the dense cloud of stuff. Same as with the Kinks, it's a dense cloud of stuff. And then they end by going right back up to the edge of B again. And there you go. The Van Halen cover song that charted is this. And BD, which is slightly better than the previous one. So now I'm going to take a moment and investigate some of this. Hopefully I can make sense of it, because I don't know this music all that well. This is Sure Shot. It's one of the ones that I wanted. I need to go and look up this stuff. Give me a second. Because unfortunately I don't know it well enough to really be able to know where stuff lives on the album. But I can look up what the hits were. And even if I don't know where they are, see, ill communication. So Sure Shot charted, although I'm going to have to color it yellow because it's not a top one. Get It Together and Sabotage also charted, all in the same basic realm there. So we got 3 tracks. I'm going to scooch that over here. And I wonder whether, see, what I'd really like to do is have these individual, I don't. So I gotta edit them out. So I wonder if give me a second, I gotta go and find the actual record. I gotta go dig up a record. This be it. Beastie Boys, Ill Communication off of CD. And I guess the back of it will tell me. My glasses are barely letting me. It's not like a vinyl record. My glasses barely let me read it. So, nor do I have a CD player handy, so that's helpful. Well, let's go bit by bit. I know that Sure Shot is the first and Tough Guy is the second, so... This is still part of Sure Shot. This would be Tough Guy, so I can at least do this much. I think it is doing sample rate conversion on the fly, because that is definitely 44.1K and I have just made it be 96. Fine though. It's fine. So there's our first noise. And where do we leave off? And there's our next track, so fair. Save that as FLAC as this was a legit hit. So there's a start. Now what I got to do is find where the rest of these things live. So we've got sabotage. I don't really know what, maybe there's lyrics in there which will tell me. Maybe I can look up where it is on the CD. Let's try that. So that's lengths of the songs. We got a Wikipedia page, but it's not going to show me where they start on the album, so I still have to kind of struggle through. Maybe I can figure out, maybe that's their hook. Like if they say sabotage and I can recognize the groove in there, then maybe it'll do me a bit of good. So, or I can just look it up on the YouTubes and find out what that was. I have no idea what any of those are. Let's play a little snippet of it and then try to find it on this track. Okay. And so it's about the 5th track, but there's like 20 tracks on there. So early. There it is. Found it. That's it. So around here. That's it. Found another beastie hit. We're going to measure it and see what it does. Sorry for hurting everybody with sound. Oh wait, no, it's still going, isn't it? That's wrong. I need to stretch it out a little bit. To here, maybe. No, it's still going. Boy, I don't know this song very well. How long is this thing? Longer than I thought it was. Let's go way past and see how much. Oh, maybe it goes all the way through to here and I just got an interstitial. Okay. I only had a couple of minutes selected, so there's that. They're not long songs, but clearly this one is this long. paste, and there it is.
1 2 1 2.
So that's another one. So fair. So this is sabotage then. There it is. From the sound of the guitars, I can already predict certain things about measuring this one. I can predict that it's going to go real loud, because obviously it is, but also those guitars are going to be lighting up in bright blue and sound very big, because the whole thing sounds very big. They're just doing it with sampling, which is what one does. Part of what you do in hip-hop is you don't have Marshall stacks, and so you sample somebody who does. It's going to be very interesting to see how these show up. And then I think I have one further one to find. Not the most fun doing that when I don't really know them very well. Oh, Get It Together is literally immediately following that. Okay, fair. Featuring Q-Tip. Okay. So we start from here and go beyond. We're going to assume it goes from there and starts from there. And that this is another song. So let's find out.
And I got the flow of Doctor on the go, so cute. This is how it goes. So
Get it together.
the ill communicate.
And this would be Sub Rosa. Okay. This one's probably going to measure up real well, even though it's coming from a CD, because it has that feel of space inside it. And I'm going to leave that bit out. It doesn't measure in the hit record meter, so I don't care. And this is the only CD that I've got of the Beasties. So the Paul's Boutique stuff, which I don't think any of it actually charted, although I think I think one of them did, and I have it. That's off of vinyl. This is not. So the fact that the folder says new vinyl is somewhat misleading. But we're getting there. And that is everything off of Ill Communication that charted. And I still have this, so I have it on an SD card, so I don't need to leave it here. Okay, interesting. So they didn't use samples for that. Cool. I mean, at this point, they had the budget. Paul's Boutique saw them starting to use instruments rather than just samples. So post Paul's Boutique, they had the budget for it, and they had the interest and inclination in it. That said, they do still work with samples, being hip-hop. It's still interesting to work with samples. So there's one of them. Don't turn around. I don't remember what that is. I'm going to use the sign. I'm going to use All That She Wants, which is on this album. And check that out. This is why some of these things I'll have to actually normalize them to get them up to full volume again, because this is the CD. And it looks like I'll have 3 tracks. One of them's the sign, one of them's all that she wants. Both of those include a particular thing that I'm interested in. There it is. Copy. Just trying to remind myself what the heck I'm even doing. We'll be fine. I'll get there. There is always so much to do. And then we get to actually normalize it, because this CD is not at all loudinated. Not even slightly. It'll be very interesting to see how this measures up. We're doing that for the actual measurement using the meter. I'm editing it down from a larger FLAC, and so at this point I need to actually be able to hear it. I can't actually have it be silent for this. Also, I'm going to go back to the Beastie Boys page momentarily because I forgot to write down. So actually, no, I don't need to, because they are literally all going to register as charting, but not top 10 hits, because the Beastie Boys are in rap and they're not doing top 10 hits. But this one registers as red because this is a number 2 Billboard hit. And Don't Turn Around and The Sign also register as red giant top 10 Billboard hits. So what the heck even is Don't Turn Around, because I don't know this band well enough to be able to identify that. However, I think I can recognize The Sign by ear. That's it. It is the Swedish pop excellence. Oh, I just screwed that up, didn't I? You see what I did? I did a silly thing. But this is the correct thing. Assuming, of course, that I got that part right. One nice thing about the CD is I don't have to edit out surface noise. And again, we're going to normalize because this entire thing was not loudinated in mastering. Don't worry about it. I'm glad that you're looking after me. I know what I'm doing. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to leave this playing for long enough to have the stream get knocked off of the internets. So let's see. So that is The Sign. If I can only type and know what I'm doing, then I can do this. And then I'm going to want to find out what Don't Turn Around is and where it lives on this CD. I wonder if I can use this to go here. Okay, it was the track number 2, apparently. Fair? Yeah, that's what this says. It says the first track was All That She Wants. Fourth track was The Sign, which I've just got. And that's another number 1 hit or thereabouts. You know, literally number 1 hit. Yeah. And then Don't Turn Around is also a giant number 1. Apparently we have a track called Living in Danger. I'm not worried about that. But this one also charted. Track number 2 charted as a number 4. So we're definitely including that. Oh, okay, and Living in Danger charted to number 20, so that would make it also count. Yeah, let's do it. If this is that big of an album, and they didn't actually have a successful follow-up, we'll measure all of them. And we get to measure them off of the CD, but it's such an old CD that we get to loudinate it, and it will still be a pretty accurate picture of the dynamic range. Because the dynamic range, like, that spike is not a record clip. That is a musical event happening that comes close to defining how loud the actual CD is, except for the fact that literally nothing on the actual CD goes to 0 dB. It's astonishing. Let's see, this was Don't Turn Around, if I'm not mistaken. What am I doing? This, and then that. And have nice little digital black between the tracks. We'll normalize them all so we can measure them consistently. This is the loudest peak. So this is the era of CD, and that's the loudest noise in the track. And history recently closed, the Sign album, did this window. And that's the one. Yeah, you could do those in the 1980s, you know. There are people, I'm given to understand, who are going around and collecting like vintage CDs. And in some ways, that seems kind of silly because it's like, oh man, they sound so harsh and tinny and stuff. But you do have this going on where entire CDs can come out like that. So let's see, what was the other one? Living in Danger, top 20. It's not a top 10 hit, so it's going to be color-coded as orange instead of red. Literally all of these other ones are top 10 hits, up to and including Don't Turn Around, which is a number 4, whereas The Sign is a number 1, and All That She Wants is a number 2. Big hits here. And so Living in Danger, number 20. And which number is that? Oh, that's immediately after The Sign. Okay. So that's this one. Eyes of a Stranger. That means there are other words in this song, including living in danger, and so that's what the song word is. Got it. As soon as I heard them sing Eyes of a Stranger, I knew that this was the song Living in Danger because it's a Swedish act, and so they're going to do exactly what you expect. And be quite proud of that. And see how it doesn't really add that much to the peak energy? Strangely, it's like largely synthetic, and yet the hottest peaks are still going to combine to poke a little bit farther out. This is the anti-loudination music. So let's see. So one more. And again, that is the top 20, but it is not a top 10. So I color code this. And now let's go through and analyze all of these things. And we don't need to leave this around. Ooh, although we can also throw in literally all of the I didn't write them for, give me a second. I'm being a little bit scattered. That's typical. I'm being way scattered, but there are things I want to find out about. Namely, if I'm going to take literally every charting head off of Nevermind, how high did they chart? That's what I want to find out, because not everything is gonna. On a plane is going to be in yellow with barely charted at all. Why don't I have in bloom? Did I fail to... I failed to copy that over, didn't I? Bear with me. That's a really great song. I'd like to measure that one too. We're going to dive into my little music collection and grab one more track off of Nevermind, because I want to see how all this stuff shapes up. There we go. I actually do have Massive Attack. It's just that we're going deeper and deeper into this, and I don't want to become too overwhelmed with what I'm trying to do. Got Lithium, got On a Plane, which barely charted, so it shouldn't count. Got Come As You Are, and Smells Like Teen Spirit, which is the only red, and then Come As You Are is yellow. It's not even top 25. On a Plane is not even top 25. Lithium, not even top 25. And In Bloom, even less. But it did chart somewhere. It on a rock chart is what it did. So literally the first 3 songs on the album charted. That is impressive. But the first song on the album became a top 10 hit. Some of these things I'll be doing later. I just felt like throwing in some of this stuff on the basis of we're doing... Oh, here we are. I'm pretty sure this is already normalized. I'd love to have this on an album, on a vinyl record. I think it would be very impressive, but I don't. And I'm not sure how easy it would be to even do that. Yeah, bear in mind, what that means is you're able to use a Soma pulsar to make attention-getting sounds, which tracks. That doesn't mean that you'll get paid a lot of money to do it. But it means that you can make attention-getting sounds that way. Why the hell did that not show up? What am I doing wrong? Have I just saved it to the desktop by mistake? Tell me I didn't. Let's try that again, because I did something wrong. I swear I'm trying to do some of these things and not get them wrong. I'm trying very hard to do the things and not get them wrong. I don't think I need to normalize this. I think it's already maxed. And then save the untitled thing. And please now let me record my Nirvana thing correctly. Maybe I've just overwritten a previous one. So now that I've done that, it should show up in that list of files that I've just created. Oh, okay, it says, do you want to replace it? Maybe I failed to do that last time. Also, maybe it's showing up in a different place that it shouldn't. I believe some of this other stuff is going to be just fine. And okay, showed up here. That's okay. I'll label it and we'll figure it out and it'll be just fine. Now 4 more Nirvana tracks. I think these are all literally normalized. I don't have to do a damn thing to them. If I'm lucky, I can even do the programming I wanted to do. We've just gone to more song analysis. And I do have programming on the meter to do as well. And it's still possible that Sidara will show up and have, why is it placing all of, I guess it's just alphabetizing them, huh? Okay. That's because it's not actually in order of date modified. It's still in alphabetical order. Fine, fine. One of the things we're doing here is making sure that everything is evaluated in the same context, so it's all being kind of upsampled to 96K for measurement purposes. Let's see, come as you are. Oh, also, Engel is actually talking to me and asking questions, so give me a second while I walk through a few more of these. And I'm forgetting still to do the things that I mean to do. All of these are rated yellow because all of these are not top 10 hits or even top 25, but they do count. And so we're going to measure and investigate all of them. Copy, new, yes, go, no normalize. Just save. No normalize. Only save. Nirvana. And then as we listen to all of these things, you'll be listening to them through ContentHideD because it's being pumped straight through to the screen, the stream. So the question I'm being asked, he says, as he continues to do this one final track before moving on. Oh, and this one could actually, well, no, maybe it can't. No, it can't. It's already normalized. But I'll copy, new, paste, save. So when you say I don't get the AA rating, it feels like this is mostly based on loudness. No. No, it is not. I'm going to get this rolling, and then as it starts to play, I'll explain. And we're not going to worry about these yet. Perhaps not even today. I just want to look into them at some point. And I can close this window now. So back into the breach of dealing with this stuff, and we're going to jump into a little ace of base. So what's actually being measured here? The AA rating is measuring this line that starts in the middle of this. What it's doing is it is measuring the number and intensity of these blue spots. The blue spots are a factor of how peak energy, which people normally clip right off, balanced with slew energy. And what we're seeing here, and hearing little excerpts from, is the CD version of a classic Max Martin / Chiron track, where they basically manufactured the band Ace of Base, and then Ace of Base ended up disgracing themselves because they had a dark past. But what we're hearing is basically Chiron working out, using these musicians as a sort of framework to begin. And so when you see the just hail of blue spots there, that means there are a wide range of sounds that are balancing together to have an optimal balance between peak energy, and loudness is experienced as RMS energy. We don't directly hear peaks. We have a combination of peak energy and slew rate, which is brightness. AA, or where this line goes, is the balance of those two kinds of energy, neither of which can be very directly heard. Slew rate at high amplitudes is very high frequency sound, which you don't necessarily hear that directly. Not everybody can even hear that stuff at all. And peak energy is sort of the aura, the frisson of attitude and intensity coming off of certain kinds of sounds. Also, we get to have a lovely picture here of Chiron working out and how well they're balancing the extreme high frequencies coming off of the CD without having them be too excessive, with largely just a load of bass. Just a big full sound that goes extending deep into the bass. And that's Chiron. They were mixing using giant, huge subwoofers. And it shows. So they know how to control those deep, deep bass notes. And so here is a CD that rates all the way up to BF. And was, in fact, a big hit song. And it does another one of those things, which was ending on a high point. It works its way up to a peak, and then as it is finishing up, even though it's not in the middle of the chorus, it maintains its energy, even as it goes into the fade. So again, this is a good example. It's a good example of hit record behavior right there, as pretty much predicted. Like, I could have predicted it was going to do that well. So there is a solid BF right there. And we're going to start pumping through some of these and seeing what we can learn out of them. Because here's a different Ace of Base track, which honestly I remember listening to this CD, I just don't go around listening to it lots. And I don't even really remember what this did, other than I remember it didn't do the sort of triply percussive thing that a couple of the other tracks did. Like, All That She Wants and The Sign do a thing where they are contrasting 16th notes and 16th note triplets in the same track, with machines making them. So they were doing them very accurately, and you had a 16th note feel, but then some of the kick drum accents were actually coming in on triplets. making a really interesting, complicated vibe. And if I remember correctly, those are the only tracks that did it. And this one and Living in Danger don't do that and didn't interest me as much. But we have exactly the same pattern. Maybe a little less in the deep bass. When you say, does this mean the stereo image is in the score too? I would have to say no. No, I don't think the stereo image is in the score. I can put on Beatles tracks where they're like hard left and hard right, and it still registers and works functionally as a song. What we're seeing in this is that 80s thing where it's a genre of music, and we saw that in some of the vinyl records. You don't have to have a CD in order to do it. Where there's just a sea of high-frequency detail constantly happening. That's your 80s and post-80s sound, is always make something be happening up here, don't make it be too loud, which is shown here. And Chiron pulled it off and successfully mixed things so that it does all of these things correctly. And that's what we're seeing right there. It's a little brighter than you'd get off of the vinyl, but not so much that it's obviously screwed up. And once we finish with that, we've got a couple of Beastie Boys tracks and 4 Nirvana tracks to check out in this way. We got a bunch of things to inspect. And with a bit of luck, even though I've added more to my workload for the day, this is kind of my first thing to do while moving on to do other things. In particular, I really wanted to add more of these so that I can go in and investigate how I name these tiers. Because it matters as far as functionally using this meter, how I name the tiers and how clearly I telegraph what that's about. And so much for that one. So that counted as CD. Again, the C tier I'm going to characterize as comfortable. And I think that's accurate here. Might be a spicy little song, but none of this stuff is really like hard rock or anything. None of this stuff is going so hard that it really steps beyond comfortable. It's possible that the sign will rise up to the level of biggest, and it's also possible that it won't. That it will just not have that much going on. Because part of what's happening, when we talk about the tier rating, the A, B, C, D, and so on, when you have a track like this, where we've got vocalizations, elements that are registering as, drum beats and stuff, they're registering as these blue spots. You might remember some of those old Kinks tracks where they became really loud and overwhelming and everything was happening at once and it was a sea of blue dots. That's a density of musical event. So you can step into a lower tier by still having the musical event but just not having as many of them. To maximize that, what you do is you deal with the arrangement and have more things happening. That is something that Chiron is going to be doing with this band. Them, rather than the band, are really the ones in charge of like, okay, let's add another synthesizer into this chorus over here, or let's make it sparse out here and we've just got high frequency stuff here, but we're letting it breathe. We're letting the energy drop here. They won't have measured it quite this way, but this would be what they were doing. So you'll have choruses coming up where they intentionally add more stuff And the more stuff produces more of these blue spots, assuming that they've got everything dialed in. And they do appear to have everything dialed in, like on this one. I can look at that sea of red spots and see that actually a bunch of these red spots are actually pale blue spots. Are coming into what that's saying is that a lot of that is backed up by peak energy. It's not just high frequency tiz, but there's some solidity behind the noises that are being made. When the sea of little faint dots up top there stops being entirely red dots and starts turning into these gray or blue colored dots as they start to increase in energy, that means that you have more upper mid-range, you have more solidity in the dense amount of sound that's being produced. Now, if all of those were the dark blue spots, it would suggest that rather than just being a glitter of high frequency stuff happening all the time, there was just a overwhelming battering of mid-range sound or like rock and roll sound blasting away. And they're mostly not doing that. All of this is very intentional. This is like the sort of birth of Max Martin. I should get some of those, in sync or back tracks on, like, find antique CDs of those and see if they do the same thing. Because if I could find that stuff, if I could find it on CD, and if I could find it unloudinated, that would carry some useful information. Because this is carrying useful information. What I'm seeing, even literally on the screen here, and it's probably part of what makes it a little bit exhausting to listen to, where I don't really gravitate to it. But part of the hit quality of the sound is the way in which the high frequency detail that is carried in slew rate up here, it's louder than the bulk of the sound here, has changed color and is now gray or blue. Meaning that we've got brief little moments of sound happening. And the outer range of the sound, the loudest range of the sound, it's just constantly little delicate stuff happening that's on the higher frequency side, but it's just a very dense arrangement of brief stuff. You can't do this unless your little percussive sounds don't have lots of reverb on them. This only happens when there's a bunch of space in the mix, letting your fundamental sounds be lower in volume. And in fact, a bunch of your fundamental sounds, lots of them are showing up as this little cloud of energy. Just as I said, the little cloud of energy goes really high in frequency as these things go, but the bulk of our loudness is made up out of bass and mid-range, lower mid-range to bass down here. And then this stuff doesn't go as loud. And that's part of how this is done. So let's see, CA. So yeah, if you wanted to mix like Chiron, my meter can apparently show that too. And then just before we jump into some Beastie Boys tracks, here is the biggest of Chiron tracks off of this album. Notice anything interesting happening? We apparently have a pretty important beat happening, because the way that beat is hitting, our dynamic peaks immediately start out as registering in that blue area right there. And again, we have that sort of tappy pulling bass going on. It looks as if for this one, this is the one where they dialed it in to complete perfection. And they've got the biggest bass they can make. They've got the loudest highs they can make without going too far. They've pulled it to being up to literally 12 dB. First line is 6 dB, second line is 12 dB down. So their sound is pushing as loud as they can. And a third of the way in, we've already hit B tier. This might actually be pushing to A tier, although I doubt it. I don't think this is going to go to A. I think this is going to still hover around. It'll reach B and possibly go up into B more solidly. I don't think it's going to go for A. Because they're just not going to push to have that much happening. They already have as much happening as they can. And to push the high frequencies farther would mean trading off some of the bass, and they're going to keep that bass going. But this is a very pleasing example of what B tier can mean, including what B tier can mean when you still have loads of high frequencies, really aggressive high frequencies, in fact. You make it look like this, and then you get this type of sound. They could honestly pull back the highs a little bit here. It would be fine if they did. But yeah, it's almost a perfect example of how far you can push using the full range of the digital system to get as much as you can out of it. It's like definitive widest possible range in terms of frequency range. You could probably, like, if you pushed any lower in frequency than this, you're in dubstep territory and you start sacrificing volume. The ways that they are getting the loud sounds out of this, it's the bass that are making these dark spikes that go all the way up here and also register as the blue dots, as in that's the stuff that's important. Bass gets to go really, really loud when it's really, truly just plain bass. And Chiron is pulling that off beautifully. Beautifully. So there you go. However, we're about to look at some of the beastie stuff, and that's going to be even louder, and it's going to be even bassier, probably. But we'll just take a moment to look at the picture of this classic Chiron, early Chiron production. Like, you can do this and target whatever you like with it. And they did comfortableness to, what was that again? BE. And they pulled it off at a very high volume. It's quite loud. Let's do these in order. It goes Sure Shot, then Sabotage, then Get It Together on the album. I really like this song. I'm not really even that much of a rap guy, but I enjoy the heck out of this track.
Don't stop!
And one of the things that you notice about the Beasties is that when they get really loud with their voices, it is showing up.
1, 2, 3.
This is the sound that you can make once you transition beyond being able to do vinyl records and having the peak energy carry it for you, is you make stuff really loud like this. And you're using the full range of the bass, in fact a little bit more than Chiron even does. But then when your vocals come in, you'll notice that those vocals are not coming across in red. They are balanced perfectly so that the loudest possible vocals are just up right at the top of the range. Maybe this is gonna, I wouldn't be surprised if some of this stuff goes to A, because talk about attention. This might actually be the answer to that question of, if you went for taking the dubstep and making it as loud as you can without just going into full distortion, what would you get? The answer is this. I would love it if this kind of stuff ended up going to like AA, pegging off the top of the charts, because it would be another example of, oh, here's another genre. And this is what you could do when you push this genre to the limit. And this is why people revere this stuff. It's like, oh man, this is when hip hop was really good. Yeah, there's a reason. You can do this. You can still do this. Nothing's stopping you from still doing this. Just choose to. And again, it's off of a CD. This is not even off of a vinyl record. And that's because this music is designed so that it'll survive when done on a CD. Doesn't lose too much energy going into the verses. As we go to the hook, it's going to rise again. And yeah, that's very cool. I enjoy the heck out of this song, so it makes me happy to see this happening. I didn't design this meter to reward this song, but it's representing real well. And again, if you want to do the classic hip hop, make sure that you're not losing your low frequencies down here. Here's the outro rising again. And you can see how far up the RMS measurements go. Your percussion goes all the way up to 6 dB. All the way up. In fact, it goes up to where it is meeting the clip points there. But it doesn't cross over. And it represents, but this is about as hard as you can push for hip-hop style. And it's a classic hip-hop track. Part of why it's doing this, and again, what I see as a plugin developer is when I get hip-hop folks, what they're doing is they tend to ask me for the hardware this was made on. You don't need it. You don't need it. You just need to make these sounds. You don't need to use the specific hardware it was done on. You could do this off of a 24-track analog machine. And as long as you got the sounds dialed in correctly, you'd have it. You don't need an SP1200 to make this sound. You can just go and directly make this sound using whatever it is you're working with. Just if the sounds aren't doing this for you, twist them and change them and mix them until they do. Simple as that. Simple as that. And yeah, this is an AC, another A tier from the Beastie Boys. Also, I seem to have forgotten to label some of these. So we're going to label all of those in yellow as up, and I want to do them in order. So now Sabotage, and like Jonathan Bellot told me, this is not actually samples. This is using other instruments. Remember how I said something about if you wanted to maximize this kind of thing, you would have the peak energy going all the way up to the max and pinned there. This is an example of what I was talking about, where you can dial it in so that you've got your maximum loudness, which is carried by peak energy and not RMS, but then optimize the RMS to do what you need it to do. And we're looking at a similar behavior right there. You just mix it to do the stuff. You just mix it to do the thing correctly. Gear? You don't need gear. A laptop will get you this if you know how to do it and you're willing to try. This one's going even higher. Actually, no, that was an AC, wasn't it? This might be going. And then A means going for attention, and I think that is completely appropriate for a rap. Rap and hip hop is very well suited for pushing for attention, because that is more, you know, like the see me and hear me side of things. I think it's going to go even higher. I think it might be going for a double A. I think it might not quite make it, because it takes a moment to breathe. But yeah, I am not surprised that the Beasties really mastered this kind of thing. I bet there's a bunch of classic rap. See, again, what I said about how the Skrillex track was literally this, but with just a scream. And you could design the music around making all of your music do this. They did this by ear. And succeeded. They dialed it in, and made everything balance, and did it with the purpose of getting to that double A level, and succeeded. Because that's the sound they wanted, was maximum intensity at all times, but also bass, also fullness, also a really powerful beat. Everything had to be just right, and they nailed it. They got there. That is a clean double A. And I'm very pleased to see that is in there on my double A rating, and I had it on CD, so I had this available. Now let's see what happens when Q-Tip joins the gang. Because Beastie Boys Get It Together is Beastie Boys also including Q-Tip, and he's rapping in here as well.
1, 2, 1, 2.
And we'll see also whether they're targeting a different intensity level, because that could happen.
The river.
After all, Sabotage is clearly trying to do the same thing as like the Beatles' Birthday. Clearly trying to do the same thing as all of these classic rock tracks, or Chuck Berry's Johnny B. Good, or anywhere where it just is pushing as hard as it can. This isn't necessarily trying to do the same thing. Q-Tip isn't the most aggressive guy in the world necessarily. He's kind of an intelligent rapper. And so they're probably aiming for a different vibe and probably getting it.
Is ringing. Oh my.
And yeah, and that is done by the density of the event. Like, how densely do you pack in all this stuff? What's your target? What's your intention? That said, I think they probably aren't going to go full comfortable. Aim for the middle of C there, and you're kind of in soft rock territory. I'm going to go and investigate what the D class ones seem like after we finish doing some of this. But we're probably aiming for low or mid B tier in this song. And again, that's done by density of musical event and how intense those musical events are. We are doing intense bass here. You can see it in the spots on the zero cross meter, where some of our most intense sounds are in fact bass, not even super bass, just so that the thing sounds right, that it grooves right.
Let me embark.
We have some low notes that are showing up in the zero cross meter. That's but this track is never going to go for like a double A intensity rating, because it's not aiming for one. In fact, it's not even aiming for the biggest of big ratings. It's aiming for like the borderline between big and comfortable, and getting it. If you started sparsing it out so that there was way less happening, it would drop back to comfortable. And there's a place for that too. If you threw in a little bit more, it would be aiming for bigness, and could get into that sort of Van Halen zone, where it's very listenable, And I wonder what that was. Whatever this was, it was cool. This was a good moment.
Oh my God.
But yeah, and you can alter all of these things in so many ways. Like you can tone down some of the intensity by making it less bright because it's got a lot of like loud, bright, heavy beat going on. To the point where the beat is about as loud as it can go, but it's still got some sparseness in it.
The ill communication.
This was probably a gang vocal. This was probably Q-Tip and the Beasties all saying something together. Betcha anything it was that, because that's kind of the blue thing is like hit performer star quality sound. That is an accurate description of like Joe Perry and Journey. Steve Perry, sorry. Joe Perry is Aerosmith. Steve Perry and Journey, but it's also a description of the Beasties, like Cuttin' Loose. So this is a BE. And that's our final Beasties track, which means that now our double A is Beastie Boys, Beatles, and Ozzy and Yes, which I think is kind of awesome. Beastie Boys, double A for Sabotage, and AC for Sure Shot. And I think that is completely appropriate. This is a genre non-specific meter. It doesn't matter what genre you're doing. I don't remember what sequence these came in. So here's Nirvana, Come As You Are. Again, it's normalized, it's off of a CD, but this is not one of those CDs that was loudinated. And so pretty much across the board, whether it be Smells Like Teen Spirit or anything else, you're going to see like 80s dynamics and dynamic range out of this one. You're also going to see those little black spikes, and those are the attack on Dave Grohl's drums. It's part of how they do it. And that's the legitimate tactic. Like, you can absolutely do that. If you push it up to where it is louder than this gray shape, that's probably going to be annoyingly bright. And in fact, we are starting to see it pushed to be a little annoyingly bright, but not really too far beyond. Like, if I was doing this, I would dial that bit back a little bit. I would dial some of the brightness back a little bit. The vinyl record probably doesn't have that. And it almost certainly can't have those spikes on the drums. However, notice that we have some spikes in here that are blending in, and that's because they're balanced with the amplitude. These are the bits where it goes brighter than it should, but the bits that are in pale gray or a gray that blends with this are the ones where it balances perfectly. So we've got a track basically that is a little brighter than it has to be. It's a little too 80s. It doesn't have to be quite this 80s. It's losing out a little bit, not really getting the full intensity and sonority that it could, because the high frequencies, and this could have happened in mastering. It almost certainly is part of the mix. And all these things are adjustable. All these things are fixable. You can dial them in correctly from the start. Here is a section where it's kind of too buzzy and full of highs, and it's becoming fatiguing to the ear. This very same section might be awesome on the record. I don't know. I only know that on this CD source version, it's a little naff. It's kind of not doing anything like that. But then that's nothing compared to modern stuff. Yeah, I have a... also, you can see it here, that you have all of this energy up here. It ends up becoming a little fatiguing. You'll remember when we were doing the Ghost in the Machine album, you had a lot of heavy bass, and then this stuff was just a pale shadow. And in that case, it could have gotten louder. Nice decay, though. What you'd really want is this information, the musically relevant parts, to jump out. Like when he sings, it would jump out and show up here rather than it being just a uniform bland wash of loud. Because what we see here is basically a uniform bland wash of loud. And it doesn't have to be that way. It's just, it's grunge. It's intentional. But you don't have to go there. And then your guitar sound of the sustain of the guitars hits a moment where that is in the zone. The guitar sound is very much in the zone. So let's see, that was CB. And I think that's pretty legit, because people did also experience this off of CDs as much as they did vinyl, I think. Although I would suggest that some of the early experiences probably did come off of a vinyl record of this at radio stations that hadn't switched over to CDs. But then people that switched over CDs, their radio stations were putting out this with additional high frequency hype, which is basically what we hear here. And it's that 80s thing. Like at the time, people were still all over having all this high frequency everywhere. But notice what happens when Kurt really starts to belt, and it's a double track vocal. They got him to double track everything. The singing makes this blue stuff happen. It's largely his voice making that happen, and that's because it's a registry of sonority and loudness. And then it's the brightness and tissiness of the cymbals poking out around it. So you can kind of see the vocals showing up, and then the cymbals are always a little brighter than they have to be, because it's like a 90s mix kind of thing. But it hasn't gone so far that it can't push for a very high rating on the meter. It tends to be too bright. It tends to be just a hair too loud. But it's still very close. And this is sort of the last wave of when music could come out and really blow people's minds. This is where they started to optimize all of this stuff and be pushing for the most extreme sound that you could get. And before they pushed beyond that until everything was so overwhelmingly loud that you lost it. And sure enough, B stands for biggest. This is solidly going into the realm of being the biggest rock and rollers you could possibly ever have. And we can see on the very bottom meter that we're losing out on the mid-range stuff because it's a little too bright and obnoxious, but the low frequencies are embedded, basically solid everything that you could want. And honestly, the guitars are doing a pretty good job of fitting into that entire texture. I think it's all... This is probably what you get out of your modern Andy Wallace style rock. I'm pretty sure Andy was the person who was doing these mixes. Remember that as being good? And it's more or less being able to control everything so that it's all a little bit too bright. And you don't have to do this because and yeah. So we're on the final burst of this. I'm going to set another one going and then like fill up my water bottle while it's doing its thing. But you can tell when all the singing comes in, and those blue dots represent sonority and sort of belting, and that's very much what Kurt Cobain was known for. So it does show up. Like, this is a very late recording to show up in the hit record meter that handles all eras of sound. It's doing quite well to be rating this high with the handicap of constantly having to throw too many high frequencies in. Because it's a CD, it's mixed to be a little brighter than they really should, and it's throwing too many high frequencies in a way that the Beastie Boys stuff didn't. The Beastie Boys was better mixed than this in some ways. So let's see, BE for this one. Here's lithium. I'll be back after I finish filling up my water bottle. But we'll let this play.
Every I'm too I'm so you there came up
One thing that maybe I should do is mark these also as being from CDs, because everything else is from vinyl and really does its own thing as far as fitting in with this. But this doesn't. It's from CDs and it's fairly characteristic of them. About halfway through that, that's fine. Switch over to date. Blue for CD sourced. Here we are. There's all of our CDs.
so every
I'm still wondering what I'm going to be doing for the D category. I want that labeled as well. I'm willing to not have F and E labeled because they basically I don't think they even register. I suppose I could come up with something like E. I think almost any sound will immediately arise above F, to where it would be damn hard to define what it even mean. It's interesting considering this in the context of among the last music that came out and really changed the world in a big way. Like stuff that came out and all of a sudden everything previous was just not interesting. Because it pretty effectively did that thing. And it's showing some of the characteristics of kinds of music capable of doing that. It's just that the technology of the time is hurting it. So let's see. Well, that's a little confusing. What am I even doing? I've just done lithium, and it's rated BD, and I'm getting close to the end of these, meaning that it's time to go to the final ones. Did that say BD? Yes, it did. I don't even remember what On a Plane is. We'll find out. And the final ones include a Vangelis #1 and some Yes tracks. And again, I guess this is the Andy Wallace sound right there. It's more trouble than you need. More trouble than you need. Solid bass that sounds good. And too much upper mid-range. Or to be specific, upper mid-range that doesn't let the vocals dominate. Which is not necessarily great because this is Kurt Cobain, you want the vocals to dominate. But no. It's got everything very massaged into, like, look at the size of the dots being drawn on this meter. On the assumption that in mixing what you want is for all of the dots to be the same size except for that the bass ones get to become slightly larger, but then there's no distinction between vocals or guitars or anything else. You just want a wallpaper. That's it. This has no capacity, and things like compression and limiting probably play into this. This has no capacity for anything happening in the mid-range to stand out from anything else. It is that carefully controlled. It all has to sit as being kind of bright and completely featurelessly even, no matter what is being done. It's all just this tapestry. No matter what you do in the music, the tapestry has to be perfectly consistent. And that's probably the Andy Wallace thing. That's why some of this stuff goes over really well. It's like, oh my God, listen to how well controlled that is. And it is. It's a really even blend while also being extremely energetic. But what it's missing is the ability for the vocalist to jump forward and demand attention, because nothing he does is able to demand more attention than everything else around him. That's a really interesting thing right there. It's so even. It's grunge. It's grunge, but it's so even. And a final noise. Guitar again. No, I guess that's voices. Honestly, it's great music, so I really should know that better, but it's fine. And BF, this one. Which brings us to our big hit. And then we can move on to some of this other stuff. Looking into that, smells like Teen Spirit. Known for the amount of sheer aggression that he explodes into the scene with. And fair, yeah. Interestingly, with the new zero cross meter, we're seeing that sort of featureless Andy Wallace smoothness, but what we're also seeing is that for that initial onslaught, the low-mid frequencies are dialed in perfect. The lowest frequencies are loud, but perhaps somewhat excessive, and all the upper mid frequencies are the same balance of, oh, and looky here. And then as soon as we have the verses are a full-on 80s super good blend. Up to and including having voices stand out. And then here's our chorus, and the chorus is so full on that it's losing energy a hair. Which I didn't honestly expect, but I can believe it. Because it's being contrasted by the sheer amount of aggression and dynamics. It's just pushing a hair too hard. It's a little bit too bright. Beyond that, it's fine. Again, the vinyl record might stand better chance at this. But within the context of this, like, pushing the mix aspect of it a little bit too hard, it's like it goes into that wallpaper zone where it's just a hair too wallpaper to be on the par with like your classic Stevie Wonder or whatever, very human productions. This tends to go a hair beyond to where it's a wall of attack. And then the areas where it's dialed back in energy a hair are where it's really showing up well. Weirdly, that makes the line drop down to C tier, comfortable tier. So does it have significance that the verses are where we ramp up to bigness and to getting attention? But then as we go into the overwhelming chorus, it drops back to comfortable. Because it's just a wash. It's just a wash. It's a puzzle. I don't remember it doing this before. But I mean, it makes sense. This is what I'm looking at. This is the sound. Ooh, and all of a sudden we got something else happening. And again, the Andy Wallace mix kicks in, and everything's a hair too bright, and everything's a hair too intense, and we drop off a bit. So the degree to which that's happening makes me wonder whether in broadcasting this over radio stations, it tended to hit high frequency limiters and radio station processing that kind of dialed this into a zone where it would always be optimal for whatever that station was. And so if the station was good at throwing out big bass, it would do that really well. Yeah, this is kind of fascinating. I didn't see this coming. So that is apparently one way of doing your modern hit record thing, is dialing it all in perfectly, but dialing it all in perfectly as too bright. Which makes me wonder whether I can change that, having measured this one. And then we've got a few more of these to do and we'll be done. But I can do another effect stack, and this time do something else. Might as well have that there for just catching overs. And meter, and then we're going to make it not be audible anymore. If we can. Surely that's something we can do. Here's our content hiding. Now we just get this rolling and start dialing in what the correct sound would be. How far do we have to cut this? Quite a lot, seemingly. So instead, what about if we did a couple of different takes? Put that back, cut this out, and then dial this out. What do we get then? Apart from we went too far, but that's fine. One thing at a time. So pull that back and bring this up again. And then a little more boost. So when sort of redesigning the Andy Wallace mix, it's about pulling back a whole bunch of this high frequency tiz. See what happens then. In the hopes of making it rise when we go into the big heavy chorus. The adjustments we've made have already made it so that it goes into B zone, but as it can we make it go even farther? Because we should be able to make it go even farther. So people might have heard it more like this. Let's skip ahead to the end. We're not spending all these minutes. So this is the previous big moment. The brightness sort of backed off a little bit around here, and it kind of lit up. So the question becomes, can it go into its final big moment in such a way that it just pegs the meter? And I do seriously wonder whether a vinyl record of this would act like this more. AC. So if people heard this same thing voiced more like this, whether it be through radio station processing or coming off of a vinyl record, then this same track could come across as like AC grade because the balance is right. It's just that the coming off of the CD, the highs are hyped more than you'd necessarily want to deal with. And now for something completely, and I mean completely different. And remember, I still want to go in, edit this, and have it add an appropriate word at the end of the FF or whatever it's got, explaining what it is you are trying to do, the target. And if it's saying the correct target, then that's what you want to know. But if you overshoot the target, you know to back off a little bit. So here's our Vangelis. You may notice it is much quieter. 1981 records can be like that. And then as soon as our sounds come in, this is why people relate to some of this in the way that they do. And go, oh no, all that modern stuff is so terrible compared to it. It's because it's functionally and actively doing something with its sound that's identifiable. We do have that 80s record quality where there's information both above and below that sweet spot that's being rendered in blue. But it's doing a lot of stuff in that sweet spot rendered in blue. For instance, if you had a horn section come in, they would very likely be also showing up in blue. And this was a nuance for Vangelis. Titles, which is technically not exactly the same as what was over the titles, but this is off of his record, vinyl record, and this is the track that was the big hit. You can notice the occasional little red spots above everything there, and that's like his vibraphones and xylophones and things. It's there on purpose. It's not a click or a mistake. You've got just a little edge of like xylophone on top of the body of the music on purpose. And yeah, it's going for a bigness score. It's being voiced for that. Again, like I said, once I'm finished doing this, before I go and rename the things in here, and I should probably check and find out whether the new pull request is available. Because I could incorporate that. I should ask Sodara how to most effectively manage that, because I'll have a change, although it's a bit of a meaningless, well, not a meaningless, it's not change enough, but also you'll notice his loudest peaks are actually quite loud. They're just loud against a background of very, very quiet. Those little red spikes are clipping moments. They're the loudest moments. And the lines underneath there stretch up quite a bit. It has some loud drum bursts in there. And so this charts as BD. And now we've got some yes. I feel like I'm going to set this going and then bathroom break, maybe make a cup of herbal tea or something. I apologize for the fact that it's ContentHideD, but it is. And you can watch what the track is doing and also hear little snippets of what it's doing as a method of trying to zero in on how all of this basically works. This is an early example of that 80s quality, but without really being it, because there is not a dense fog of red dots above the blue dots. Instead, they're just sort of interspersed, and I think that's going to be more optimal most of the time. So yeah, like I said, bathroom break. I'll be back. I'll keep talking.
Together.
Actually, I tell you what. Here's the thing. Like, I already know what this Yes music is going to do. I've watched it on the meter many times. And so I could continue to do this, but it's not really going to tell me anything to answer the questions that I'm asking right now. So while I'm doing this, I'm going to fire up Discord and see whether Sodara has any further notes. for what he's doing. I don't see any further reference. So he's actually online, so what I'm going to do is ask something. So quick little request for Sidara. Will it do any harm if I accept the pull request and then build today's changes? So I can tell people like you that the clap thing is actually not going to function, but it's probably not going to break everything else. We'll see. That is what I'm wondering. Also, Close to the Edge era, yes, sounds freaking great. I pretty much expected that this would perform really well. The bit that I am actually going to be changing is just the names, like where it says BF now, and is quickly going to be saying other. Like it's gonna take off into the realms of A pretty soon. I'm eager to figure out this stuff about the naming and then making the changes that I was saying I was going to make. Because even though we have only been doing analysis using the meter without actually coding on the meter, my energy was burned up today just doing that. I'm guessing it's because there was a lot to observe. And high points like discovering that the Beasties stuff showed up so well. I thought that was cool. That was very cool. Indeed. So I've got a long guitar solo that is losing energy as it goes, but not for long. Hopefully Sidara answers. I've asked, will it do any harm if I accept the call request? And Sidara is online, but might simply be working on literally this. And I need to make those come back. There we go. So the end of this cover is a super long jam workout. And the neat thing about it is it does this sort of funky jam thing for a really, really long time. And then it shifts into a completely other gear at the very end and just goes completely ham. After building up to this point. And judging from looking at the waveform, it doesn't even drop into a quieter section, it's just shifting forms and shifting arrangement without actually dialing it back. I know it goes into another vocal section. Yeah, we've got this little groovy section here. In the lowest meter, you can see that the bass weight of this track is satisfying. Going on there, hitting good resonances. We're back into singing again. Here we are. Chris Squire? Oh yeah. No, the C Rick bass could just as easily be called Chris Squire Rick bass as Christopher Johnson Rick bass. And that's because it came into existence when I learned and I worked out that Chris Squire's sound is largely from distorting the neck pickup, not the bridge pickup. Because I'd always figured, like, okay, here's what logically makes sense here, is that bridge pickup sounds amazing when it's distorted. So you run that into a guitar amp and crank it up, and then the bass pickup is clean because it's full bass frequencies. But no, that's not what Chris was doing. What he was doing was throwing the neck pickup into a overdriven, distorted amp for additional power and weight and density. And then the bridge pickup still probably gets a little bit of distortion and overdrive, but it's the clean part that adds definition to the sound. And so that's what C Rick bass is. It's designed to do that. And here's our final levitation for Yes, as we finish the song off. And a crazy little riff that we didn't hear. And it is BD rated. And I don't need to measure the rest of these, even though they charted. We've got our measurements updated enough for today. Multiple things that I didn't know about yesterday, like Street Fighting Man, Crazy Train, and Sabotage, and Sure Shot, all coming in as new A ratings. And New Year's Day. U2 showed up in the Pay Attention to Me area, and in Bold as Blue Sky as well. So yeah, all over we've got so much new stuff in the A rating. So that's pretty cool. And so now, the next thing for me to do, and I suppose I can bounce back and forth between these things. We'll quit out of Discord and get ready to push one more change. I'm pretty sure Suadara can simply pull the new changes and make that work. I don't think this is going to pose a problem. But one thing I was wanting to look at, and which I will in fact look at, is now that we're looking at this stuff, I'm looking to go in here and change all of these things to have an additional word at the end of them. So like this, I already know that A is going to be for attention. So we're going to change all of these. I already know that B is going to be biggest. So we'll go and do these. And we're going to push all these changes, and then you'll have them too. Not that it's all that indispensable, because that's easy enough to figure out. And C is going to be comfortable. But then I have to figure out what D, E, and F represent. by looking at the hit records that registered that way, so that that can be used as a target, something that people might actively want to do. And I don't have that yet. So got to get there. So here we are. A for attention, B for biggest, lots of those. C for comfortable, something like proud, merry, fair. You got stuff like George Thorogood. Well, that's kind of abrasive, but it's still basically comfortable. And again, it's a fairly abstract kind of thing, but the idea is that this can become a target. We got Stevie Nicks, we got Doobie Brothers. All of this stuff falls into the comfortable category, but what does D signify? Well, we just got right down to there. We don't have that many of those. Shadrach apparently shows up in there. That's off of vinyl. Billy Joel's Moving Out and The Stranger. Donald Fagen, all of the Donald Fagen. So IGY and New Frontier, those are big hits. The Police, Wrapped Around Your Finger, comes in as D and is an enormous hit. Billy Joel's Just the Way You Are comes in as D and is an enormous hit. Fleetwood Mac's Dreams come in as D. I Keep Forgetting comes in as D and is an enormous hit. We've got stuff in here that should not count as bad. Here's Pink Floyd, Another Brick in the Wall 1 and 2, comes in as D, is an enormous hit. Saint-Tropez is an awesome song even if it didn't chart. It comes in as D and it's an enormous hit. What do we call this category? Because we're going to want James Taylor, Mexico, that's a hit. In the Air Tonight counts as this. It is a hit, but it is not even comfortable in the sense of, so what do we call it? D something. Maybe we should be calling this deep vibe? Deep something, certainly. Because deep implies a good, cool thing, a desirable thing. It's like the depth of, like if you were strictly doing house music, deep house is a genre. It's a desirable genre where you would actively seek to be more deep rather than being just regular house. You'd go for, let's not do just regular house. I want deep house. I want to be deep house. So this would be deep something. Lots of the Fairport Convention is showing up here as well. Tamlin is showing up there. Although Crazy Man Michael is even more chill than that. Guinevere, Fire and Rain, those are even more chill than that. No, not distinctive. Because a bunch of other stuff is going to show up in here as well. It's like being able to highlight stuff that registers strongly there. So comfortable is a density of, this is another factor of densities. I'm warming to deep vibe. I feel like the acts doing the stuff here, whether it be Fairport Convention or James Taylor, or Phil Collins's In the Air Tonight, or Donald Fagen, or these particular Police tracks that do not push the hype like at all. Allman Brothers Mountain Jam fits here. I feel like deep vibe might be what I'm looking at. It's weird how few of the things are even less. I don't know, I'll call it even more chill. But deep vibe, I think, is going to be this one. Because stuff can be allowed. Mountain Jam is quite aggressive. It gets intense, but it's also bassy and huge and in scope. Fleetwood Mac's Dreams has a lot of passion behind it, but there's so much space in it. I don't know where I Am a Rocker fit in there, but whatever. I feel like deep vibe because this can also include stuff that doesn't have a beat. And I have a vibe control that will accentuate this kind of thing. I know, right? spend all my time talking about D. I feel like, yeah, Ain't Wasting Time No More. That's loads of vibe. It is also loads of groove, but just the way you are, too low energy to be groove. But the vibe is extremely strong. I think we're looking at deep vibe. At its best. At its best. So we're going to go with that. And I feel like E has to be called even more chill. For those times when deep vibe is just not chill enough and you need to get even less energy. And then F is like forgot to stay awake or something. I don't think anything is ever going to show up as F. E for even more chill. Very few things actually show up under E. But we got Guinevere, we got Crazy Man Michael, and we've got Fire and Rain, which was a hit. But Fire and Rain is more chill than almost anything. Yeah, I know. F, forget about it. I feel like you have to at least be able to reach a state of E, otherwise it's not really a song or a recording. Almost any noise would make it go up this. Please try again later. Thank you. Love it. So yeah, I would say even more chill is probably my best way of describing that. And again, some of these things that are just barely reaching D for deep vibe, all of these also are in the realms of even more chill. They're verging on this. This is the threshold point, the crossover point between these two things. So that is even more chill. Another Brick in the Wall, most of its space is even more chill. Saint-Tropez is even more chill. All of that stuff, like Helplessly Hoping, starts to wake up a little bit. Guinevere is just about not even there as far as energy levels are concerned. It's just purely meditative. It's pure chill. So we're going to call it that. We're going to call it even more chill. F for forgot to turn the recorder on. I don't actually want to put a joke in there. I'd rather just leave it out. Because this is targetable. Like, if you were trying for the ultimate in chill, you would really actively need to avoid doing any of the things that would cause lots of stuff to happen. You just, be quiet, stop putting in other instruments. Forgot to press play. So it starts with F. Maybe I'll sneak something in where it just will rocket right past there and you can't even see it. Like forgot to engage. How about that? And I don't know if even Brian Eno kind of things would actually turn this on. But if you wanted to do stuff that was even more disconnected than even more chill, firstly, that'd be really hard to do. And secondly, I have a recording that might actually demonstrate that. So let's see. Perhaps not that. Forgot to hit play. Forgot to hit record. And now if I can build this, we can see what it does. So let's just see. That should have done it. And here's the track that will show us what that does, except for maybe it won't unless I actually put it on. The surface noise is probably too much for this. We'll see. Let's quickly find out. So if we do Chariots of Fire side B, there's almost nothing to it. Oh, and it doesn't fit, does it? How much of this doesn't fit? Do I have to fix this? I bet I do. Because we can't have that. That's no good. That means some of the other stuff also won't work. So that takes us up to FB. Good night, Crappy Blonde. You shouldn't stay up too late on my behalf. You need sleep. Go and sleep. I'll be back next week. I'd say this needs fixing. I just want to see what it does and what it takes to get it to register something else. Failure to make audible noise. There we go. Now we're lifting off into something else, even more, and you can't see what it even more is. So we need to fix that promptly, because it fits in even more chill, but we can't actually see what it says. So what is it going to take to fix that thing? Okay, justification bottom left, 28-point font. And I'm drawing it in a little box, justified bottom left, so that box can be a lot bigger. But not 10,000. Let's make it this big. Perhaps not. Good night, Crappy Blonde. You're definitely getting a bit giddy. Oh, so we could maybe make this text a little bit smaller. It's still going to be fairly obvious. So how are we doing there? And let's put on one of the things that we know is going to register very low, having now built it again. So what does it look like now? Okay, I'm not sure if I like forgot to engage.
They let me know
I mean, this is a legitimate thing to be doing.
plans they make.
So on this very, 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 very quiet James Taylor track, as soon as he sings, it gets up to E. And even more chill is where this belongs and where it's going to end up. What's useful to say that isn't a dumb gag in the area of on the F? Maybe just leave it blank. Maybe just leave it blank. because now we can draw all of this stuff just fine. So maybe just an F tier. We do not make snarky comments, but just settle the heck down. No. Fragile goes all the way to attention. E should be all lowercase. No, because other stuff doesn't even... Yeah, well, it's fine. It's fine. F doesn't have to have its own instructional thing. You're not actually... I don't see a purpose in aiming for that. Like, even the Vangelis doesn't end up there. Basically, what's happening here is... if you actually hit F on a normalized thing, I'm not even sure how you go about doing that. Because here's the deal. Like, we're looking at these, right? So you got Crosby, Stills and Nash, Fairport Convention, and James Taylor all being able to go as low as E, and that at that they only barely managed to reach E, and there's a reason. All of these are still normalized so that the loudest sound is peaking out at clipping. The Crosby, Stills and Nash, the Fairport Convention, the James Taylor, every single one of these are set up so that the loudest noise in that track is still at full volume. That's why there are so few of these showing up. I do wonder whether I can make other ones, like look up stuff that I'm using and see if I can hit that point, but nothing is ever going to reach F because you kind of can't. There's not much more chill than Fire and Rain that's using its dynamic range only for like some kettle drums and stuff, and everything else, like even his other songs, are going to rate higher than that. And it's passionate enough. Guinevere is passionate enough in its way. It's a love song. Crazy Eamon Michael has a fairly powerful outro, but it's all like, as soon as you start projecting or doing anything, it starts to go higher than that. So like deep vibe is actually kind of challenging to target. Comfortable is going to be a lot more common. Biggest and then attention are the ones that are quite hard to get to, but even more chill is actually hard to reach. We could stick, tell you what, let's make just only FA. So there's a special target. So if you're looking to do stuff where it doesn't get any chiller than that, there's this one little Easter egg, and you basically can't get there. Although I could make these two on the end be that. Because, yeah, even James Taylor and Fairport Convention, being as chill as they can, only get down to EA or EB. EC is more than that. So let's have these bottom three, including the FA. So you basically can't do this unless your entire output of your track is already also that quiet, which is possible. Like you can mix that way. You can be like, hey, the loudest sound in this track is 27 dB down, peak. At which point you can get there. It's just not terribly useful. And that has me rethinking this. If it is that hard to get there, let us do it like this. So yeah, as long as you normalize all of this stuff, you can't really end up there with a thing of any kind where the loudest sound is normalized to 0 dB. So in practice, stuff is going to hit here. And in practice, these are like deep vibe. We could rename those too. Like we've got 3 of those, so D to DF. What's DE to DF? D to DF. Well, the Count Basie and Bruce Springsteen don't fit at all. Nor do Cadillac Ranch. See, what I'm wondering is whether I can bridge a gap into calling it deep chill. I don't know, though. See, this covers too much range. That's the thing. It's like a track like Tam Lin or Dreams I'm comfortable calling that deep vibe. I'm not sure if I want to call all of those chill. Like Three Dog Night, Joy to the World is a really dark kind of track. You can sort of marinate in it. I wouldn't call it chill. I wouldn't call I'm a Rocker chill. You have to go all the way to the E tier to get stuff where only thing it can be is chill. It really can't be anything else. Mind you, DF... Nah, we're fine. Normalized solo singing bowl is in FA. Fair enough. So that's interesting. Let's have more of these register as that, and then only these two. Let's also, if the normalized solo singing bowl is in FA, let's include FA as something because it's a legitimate real sound. It's a recording that you did the test for it, so we'll include it in here. And it will fall under, if you get up to FA, you can get a description of the thing that you made. Below that, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because so deep vibe, right? DF could be deepest vibe. You think? Anything above that, no, it can legitimately be something else. You can't have deepest vibe and have it be Cadillac Ranch. It just doesn't work. Honky Tonk Women. That doesn't even work. But DF, everything that's showing up there so far, that being Another Brick in the Wall and Saint-Tropez and Bruce Springsteen's I'm on Fire, which is actually kind of bright, but That's a very deep vibe. You know what? Good enough. We're going to call that good enough. And we're going to build it. It's now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going to call that good enough. So if you're actively targeting deepest vibe, you'd have to make a bunch of choices in mixing to make sure that you didn't break that meditative stillness of what that was. Almost anything that you do will disrupt the deepest of vibes. Whereas a bunch of this stuff, you can have rock music in there and it's fine. D for dereliction of duty. It's kind of got to mean something relevant. But then stuff like the police wrapped around your finger and so on, those are decent choices for that description. Okay, so I feel like this might be a fine time to look at some of these things that are not Mr. Crowley, that we know are very chill but did not chart as singles, and we might as well spend all day derping around with the meter. Although, let's take a minute to just firstly check and see whether Sodara responded to what I said. And then I will simply warn him. Okay, no answer yet. Might still be working on it. But I can simply warn him that I have a new push, and so he might need to correspond to that. Here's the most recent changes. Git add. Call it target descriptions. One file change, 32 insertions, and 32 deletions, meaning that those are the things that I made. We have 32 different options to work with. Push it. And push the new tag. We're getting to 014. And we'll push that. Remember, this is about sound. I dare say that there's some stuff like Brian Eno where it easily reaches the zones of deepest of vibes. Very likely. Meanwhile, I need to warn Sodara of the change that I just made. So let's take a moment and do that. And then we'll spend probably the rest of the day. We have done an update on that, so there's that. I have to move this to where I can see it because I'm responding. So there we are. Because sometimes I just keep moving and can't wait for the change. Oh, burning bridges. We've got a number of things that might very well test the lower ends of our range. And they pretty much by definition don't ever get even close to being super hyped, intense, aggressive things, because it's more or less literal opposite. I'm also not sure if the vibe to hype meter is even relevant anymore. This is off of Pink Floyd's Metal album. I wouldn't be surprised if this was able to make it into, like, not ultimate obviously, but even more chill. It's very, very quiet and mellow throughout. And it's a lovely piece of music all the same. So yeah, I wouldn't be completely shocked if it stays in. It's a little bit too interesting to be ultimate chill. Ultimate chill is really kind of reserved for almost nothing happening at all.
Seasons change.
It would be quite nice to do some of these things as evergreens. And yeah, the Dave Gilmour singing is a little bit too passionate to remain as ultimate chill. He sang with some conviction there and emotion. Too much emotion to stay as ultimate chill. It sounds wonderful, mind you. But it stepped away from the chill just a moment. And then everything else remains as chill as it gets. There's very little that even occupies these realms. I think, however, that I have the right label here in, even more chill, ultimate chill, and deep vibe. Because it's a step beyond comfortable. And stuff like this, you're basically working out, like, what can I do to decorate this mostly empty space? Kind of like this. Kind of like, see how the hi-hat there? Some of the guitar sounds. They're decorating the space. You got content in here. Something's happening. It's interesting. But it's decorating the space in the most empty manner possible. And that would be the trick for this. Like if you were going to do, say, space ambient music, do you make the space ambient music roaring with intensity and stuff, or do you figure out a way of making it so that there are things happening? Like, little beeping technology noises or something, filling up some of the upper areas in ways that catch the ear, but while leaving most of it as deep vibe. Or indeed even more chill or ultimate chill, if you really wanted to push it. And that poses an interesting challenge. But it's the kind of challenge where if you were setting out to do this, you're actively seeking to do the opposite. And I feel like in some ways this partly invalidates the little knob that I put up on the top there. Although maybe not. See, and we're DC, deep vibe from beginning to end, which is an accurate description of what this track is. Burning Bridges, same deal, different album. And let's see how chill this one is. I'm just going to go through all the chillest music. We have reached ultimate chill. And hey, our peak energy is actually kind of up there. But if you know this song, then you know that this is in fact in the farthest reaches of chill for Pink Floyd in 1971. The drums coming in there probably affected it, because this does have the full band, you see. Also, observe what you see here, where we've got this interspersed green spot way up here, red spots way down there. That's probably a useful thing to try for if you're doing this kind of thing. You're trying to have a diversity of sound all sort of mixed up together. This is most definitely deep vibe. When it reaches the end of the song, it might bring it up a notch. And we've got a guitar solo happening here. Wouldn't be that shocking if it was trying for something a little bit more dynamic. See, the guitar's playing there, and yeah, so when you have the guitars playing and stuff happening, it's trying to be a little more interesting than just soporific. However, there's a real ceiling on how hard they are emoting and expressing. We might get into C, which of course stands for comfortable. It's to the point of almost more comfortable than you need to be, which is why we're calling it deep vibe. But it might not actually make it to C tier. This is Burning Bridges off of Obscured by Clouds. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of the album Obscured by Clouds. It's the album that has this song on it. And yeah, we have stayed resolutely in deep vibe. It's just bordering on comfortable in the sense of normal hit song comfortable. But it is thoroughly staying within deep vibe. So DA. Here's one you might or might not know. Amagama. Roger Waters' solo track. Thing is, this one is older. So this one is a solo track being extremely chill, but it's got some of that kind of 60s sound to it. But as you can see, a lot of the build-up to it is beyond ultimate chill. It hasn't even started yet. the birds are probably going to lead us into the zone of ultimate chill. And then there's guitars that come in, and then singing. And it's similar to Burning Bridges in the sense of just so very laid back. But because it's an older recording, I think it might just emote a little too hard to stay in the chill zones. It might go to C. But given that this has not actually hit its loudest sounds yet, yeah. So if there was any track where you could have it be normalized to 0 and have it still count as ultimate chill, it would probably be this one. It's not going to do it. It's already gone to even more chill. Because having a human being there is a little too exciting for ultimate chill. But this could conceivably stay in the zones of lowercase and chill rather than going into deep vibe.
Seen beneath.
It's really trying very, very hard. It is actively trying to be as chill as it can be. In fact, as soon as he stops singing, it'll go into an extended period of just those guitars going dun 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 dun. And then half the time he is singing so under his breath that like there's just about nothing there. So this is cool. This is the as this finishes up, he starts to sing out a little bit more, which is probably going to take it out of the even more chill zone, but perhaps not. And in any case, and there's our loudest sound. You see the little clip point there. It didn't do a thing as far as kicking it out of the E zone. We've got little moments of those blue dots, which are what takes it out of the zone. But there's just little hints of something interesting happening. There's a guitar solo in there. It's very quiet. It's a guitar solo with also a flying insect that buzzes around and does stuff. That's how chill this is, that it doesn't disturb like dragonflies and such. And nearby birds. And yeah, this song goes immediately before the several species of small free animals gather together in a cave and grooving with a pig. Oh yeah, and there's a honking bird that flies around and then splashes in the water. And that's what that noise was. It was arguably too exciting a noise for this song, but it was one of the highlights. I would actually be quite pleased if this ended up being like low song, even more chill than Fire and Rain. That would make great sense. Don't know if that's what we're going to get. They're trying as hard as they can, clearly. This is about the most lowercase music you can find. It's around, what was it? Metal is 1971. So this is like 69 or 70. So what happens now is we have some harmony vocals.
The dog frogs
But they're still very chill.
see the splashing.
It's very pretty. It's very chill. So if we can sing these last verses without being exciting, we stay in the realms of even more chill. And we might have a new
It passes through.
low record. And I think we do. Okay, I'm happy with that outcome. That's perfect. That is absolutely perfect. Thank you, Pink Floyd, for defining the most chill that music can rate on this meter for all practical purposes, while still being actually good. Because this is actually good. Lovely little piece of music. It's a lovely little piece of music that never gathers its energy above like lying flat on your back in a field. And that's why we love it. Grantchester Meadows. Ba-da-boom. E-B. And is that really the lowest? Yep. Sure is. So if you want to be even more chill than Fire and Rain, or actually matching amounts of chill, Pink Floyd, Grantchester Meadows is your track. And what else do we have that's really, 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 really chill? Well, I got a Spyro Gyra. Some of the Police would work. Robert Palmer's Hard Head, I'll show you. This is not exactly a hit song. In fact, it's got a pretty solid groove to it. And it bursts into this one section where the drums and bass kick in for just a brief moment and then stop. And we've got Robert Palmer singing. And it's fairly intense singing. It's mixed fairly low down, and it all kind of blends. So I have every reason to believe that this is going to step out of the chill zone into the deep vibe zone. But it's possible that it is just... No, I think it's going to hit deep vibe. It hasn't even hit the bit in the middle that I was talking about. There's a bit in the middle where it goes... do-dum-dum, 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 and that's too interesting for even more chill. So it's going to step into deep vibe and stay there. But this is the amount of space that you need to have in the mix to be in this zone. This zone is hard to reach without just literally turning everything down. There has to be so much space in your arrangement to get here. And then, again, like I said, with Grantchester Meadows, them and Fire and Rain hit the very bottom of that chart simply by just being understated to the point of totally switched off. And that's the only way you can get there. And this one is staying on the deep chill realms of deep chill, even while having loud sounds that register as interesting and exciting, where you couldn't just clip those off. Those are carrying some of the weight. I believe this is a anti-drunk driving song. Yep, and we got into deep vibe because Robert Palmer is putting emotion and interest into his singing, and that takes it away from the ultimate chill zones. So that little burst that you didn't actually hear
Makes us out.
was when the bass and the drums just cut loose for just a moment. It's this stuff in here. And this blue stuff that you see is the sound of the bass and drums cutting loose for just a moment. Not even very loud. Not even very loud. But they just take off for just a moment. But bottom line is it is still in the deepest of deep vibes. You just have to take a bunch of more energy out to reach the deep chill.
Say the hard.
Or actually, maybe that's the moment. Also, Robert Palmer's voice is some of those blue spots. It's some of the stuff that makes it too interesting to just become totally soporific. We have plenty of singers who can sing in a boring way, but Robert Palmer is not one of them. The interesting part of this is the way in which it has Robert Palmer singing passionately and still manages to be as chill as it is. You know, it has a harmonica. The harmonica is also still incredibly chill. Everything about it is just astonishingly chill. So DD for this rating. I don't think any Rolling Stones can be chill enough to account for this. But we do have absolute elevator music. I found this album and I knew that a guy that I follow on YouTube, Todd in the Shadows, I think it was Todd? I don't think it even was Todd, no. No, it's just JP, the React guy, just JP. He checked this one out, and I was like, oh, I seem to remember hearing about these guys before. And it was like, yeah, this is kind of elevator music. And it absolutely is. It's very well-constructed elevator music. So let's give this a shot and see if it lives in deep vibe or if it pushes hard enough to become, like, comfortable. Under no circumstances is it going to try harder than that. Yeah, I am pleased that I now have a target for doing this with it. And I really do wonder whether I need to change the vibe hype meter, because now we can aim for lower targets on the line in order to accomplish particular tasks, meaning that it's no longer relevant to turn the line down in order to accomplish certain things. But it's always fun to have stuff to tweak, so maybe that's just fine. You come up with your personalized setting for it, and then you skew the entire meter to act differently from other people's instances of the meter. Oh, I see in the bottom of my screen that we have police tracks that would probably also work this way. Like Tea in the Sahara probably registers as very, very chill. Spyro Gyra is clearly aiming for C tier. This is not actually meant to be asleep. It thinks it's being actually quite lively and rocky, but it's not. And it's all very well played and stuff, but it barely reaches comfortable. It's really much more in line with like deep vibe and chill and stuff. There's just not enough going on here, which is interesting considering the amount of high frequencies we have flying around. But it's all about how much sonority comes out, and it's very strongly suppressed as far as sonority coming out. There's really not much going on. There's a saxophone. The saxophone's having fun. I can't stop wondering whether it would be a better idea for me to put that vibe and hype meter out. I mean, I've had to doctor it anyhow. I had to put 3 dots in there to just make it read something where it looks like it's talking about. I can put a label on it, but the label's unhelpful. Oh, it looks like we're trying to break into a height of rock and roll frenzy where spiral driver rises above comfortable. It will never do it. It's just risen to the top area of comfortable. I think this might actually have been a hit. Let me go and look it up and find out whether this was actually a hit. Because I wouldn't have looked it up, but this is exactly the kind of thing where it could actually have been a hit of some kind. If it was, this would be the track. Hello. No, that's the name. Does it not count as... This site doesn't know who they are. Okay, there's my answer. Morning Dance is not their highest, but their second highest charting track. And it appears to have made number 27 on Billboard. See, Jazz Fusion. It's named after a genus of green algae. Nice. Okay, those are albums. I don't think it had... No, I guess it did. I guess it did. There we go. Number 24. Their highest charting single. Called it. So, CA... for Comfortable verging on Big, and I have to go and find it now. It's almost orange for top 25, but not quite. It charted. That one charted. Neat. Here's a chill track. A little Police. Yeah, the thing that I'm thinking about and sort of plugging away in here is the vibe hype meter, that little control, is specifically for the purpose of if you were trying to make it so that you would aim for a different target to make the chart go higher. But that no longer really relates to what's going on, does it? We've kind of covered for that now. So the little knob needs to be forever plastered in where it is. If I change it, all the rest of the stuff that you can now aim for by specifically intending to have that line not go higher, that stops being relevant. It stops being calibrated towards targeting like extreme chill or whatever. which is also good and relevant because the idea of this moving line going up or down indicating what how much of a hit something is needs to be kind of diffused, because that's not actually how that works. Instead, it's like, can you, like Spyro Gyra, make a really big hit out of some very chill and middle-of-the-road jazz fusion? If so, you're not going for the biggest sound or necessarily the most chill sound, because that's the domain of like Fire and Rain and so on, which was a huge hit being what it was. So the idea is identify the kind of thing you're trying to do and then target that. This will help you do it. This will tell you whether you have too much going on or not enough, what it will take to get there. And again, here we have Bring on the Night. And the police are aiming for deep vibe. So the guitar isn't going too crazy or doing too much. The amount of energy they're playing with isn't going over the top. And they can do some interesting things. They're probably going to break into comfortable. Yep. Low end of comfortable. But most of it is very much in the realms of deep vibe, but more going on, so it doesn't actually end up in the realms of chill. There's too much happening. And yeah. So it becomes a way of aiming your musical intention at an area and being able to figure that stuff out. So that's cool. So I'm warming to the idea of losing that one knob. I'll be using that knob for things soon enough, never you fear. I've got real specific ideas about that, but I want to be able to produce these plugins with GUI and, clap compilation for the new versions of plugins and be able to do that. Anyways, CF, close as you can get to deep vibe without actually being it. So let's see. I know people who enjoy this song immensely. I think it's on the vibey side of things, to the point where it might just stay in the chill zone, and it would be interesting to see if it does that, because it's clearly intending that. It's not ultimate chill. But I wouldn't be at all surprised if this is aiming for vibes rather than aiming for middle of the road. It's maybe a little too full of sound to go for extreme levels of chill. There's a little too much happening in it. Oh yeah. As soon as we start singing, it starts becoming more interesting, and it's going for comfortable rather than going for vibes. But the pad, the background to it, sits in the vibe zone. I think that's fair. I think it's fair to call it like comfortable is the zone that it lives in. Comfortable verging on deep vibe. Yeah. I gotta swear by ContentHideD. Doing a super good job of not getting my stream knocked off the internet. And we're testing it out on all of the imaginable things. I'm quite looking forward to trying out some of the most laid-back Eagles songs to see whether those can get in the zone of deep chill or even more. Because you'd think that might be a thing. They might be able to get there. As much as Glenn Frey wanted to be a rock and roller, they might be able to get there. So yeah, Darkness by the Police, solidly in the low end of C tier. So this is a very comfortable, undemanding song. What did I just say that was? I can't remember things 1 second to the next. CD. And I feel like this one's not actually going to work that way, though. Shadows in the Rain, it's a very spacious song, but it's got a really driving beat. It's not going to stay in chill for long because it's just got too much going on with that beat. But then it's the extremely driving beat against a really stark, empty background. So this could end up in the deep vibe zone, depending upon what else it tries to do. Deep vibe while having intense bass and drums, which is a real interesting combination. It's the sort of thing that you might decide you intentionally wanted to do, like, okay, I want to make something where the bass and drums absolutely slam, but it is also the most spacious, vibey, chill thing you could imagine. And it's like, okay, yeah, do this. Do it like this. You can hear the drums slamming away. And yet, it's so sparse. That's what this gets you. If you make it be that sparse, and you're not filling it up with a bunch of reverb or echoes or whatever, and you have fairly well damped drums, so even if you do play them hard, it's all the punch on the end of the drums, rather than a bunch of crashing and booming, then it's possible to get there, to do this with it. It's probably going to continue to hang on to this zone, and so that's a really interesting addition to deep vibe. It's deep vibe with muscle to it, and that's a really interesting combination. And you can see how you get there. You can see how you get there by having just all of the percussive stuff being quite interesting. The zero cross meter is showing that there is like relevant frequency information right down at 20 hertz. We've got a spot literally here. This is a 20 hertz line. So we've got frequency content at just over 20 hertz as part of this mix. And then the RMS loudness of these drums doesn't get a bit below 12 dB down. And then the bass is mixed at 18. The bass is mixed at around 24 dB down. It's really kind of amazing. And then the vocals and sounds and the slight amount of reverb in there is just kind of buried. It's not being compressed up or anything. It's not being made any louder for maximum contrast with what the drums are doing, the drums and the bass are doing. And it's the starkest, most spacious thing you can imagine, while also being high impact and with the aggressiveness to it. Very, very interesting. I didn't really bargain on this rating quite as low as this. I thought it was going to reach up a little higher. It's on the verge of being in the E tier. We're continuing to drop back. The highest it's made is DD. It's the deepest of deep vibes. I am now curious to see what else I've got in DD to compare with it, because it's very much like this is a really good example of what that would even mean. Not that it's not a hit song. I don't think it was released as a single. But like, what would it take to make a hit style song with this amount of sparseness and spaciousness and vibe to it, while still having energy in it? And there you go. This is it. This is how you do it. And that was it. It was followed on the album by The Other Way of Stopping, which is a much faster and more aggressive track with a bunch of echoes on it. This was almost the end of the album. DD it was. So now we're going to have a peek at Tea in the Sahara, which is another incredibly chill track. I just wonder how chill it will be. Because where that one was, if I'm not mistaken, on Zenyatta, Mondada, here's the Synchronicity track, designed to have about as little energy as you can possibly have. I can only assume they aimed for this. When they're trying to do stuff like this, I can only assume they're aiming for this. It's like, okay, let's make enough noises that people can tell there's a song here, but then how much can we dial it back so that you have your little bursts of vocals or whatever. You have your bass, your drums, we've got guitars, all of the elements of the song are in place, and yet the energy level is gone, like not even there. And even when Sting emotes and it lights up like this, he's only doing it like every 20 seconds or so. And the energy level doesn't really get lifted by that. They're aiming for these really low results. And that further encourages me to not have the little knob on the top, where you supposedly can dial it in to be aiming for more vibe for the purpose of making the line go up when you do, because that's the opposite of what you'd really be trying to do. Used this way, what you're trying to do is decorate time, decorate sound with as much as you can do of like this interesting little sound picture. We've got little moments where something interesting is happening in the drums, something interesting is happening here and there. Red means there's high frequency, green means there's low frequency. All of this stuff is kind of happening there. It's kind of taking up some space. And yet it's happening while at the same time the amount of space in the mix and the amount of space in the arrangement even while it's still making noises and being entertaining and having like passionate vocals and drums and things, it just manages to sustain the energy level that's being aimed for. Because even more chill is what's being aimed for. And I'm kind of digging that. In fact, I think it may very well get there. We might actually not break into D. If that is Sting. Oh, nope. Sting is not able to restrain Stuart Copeland quite enough. And so therefore, we have lifted up into deepest vibe. We have not stayed in lowercase the entire time, but that's fine. We came very close. If it wasn't for that very last moment, and it's almost like that follows some of the hit record rules, where you have to build at the end. You can't just simply wander off. You have to build the energy, even if your target vibe is E. Okay, so T in the Sahara, D, E. Like, just about nothing is going to be as chill as these things. Certainly none of the Van Halen. Ha! So we have nothing left that can be as chill as that. Not even close. Let's take a moment to see how chill the Stuart Copeland track from Synchronicity is. Miss Grodenko is clearly a Stuart Copeland track. It sounds very, very much like Stuart's writing. There's a sort of space in there. It also contains Sting not trying very hard, which is a dead giveaway. It's not mixed very intensely. So it's just this kind of little vibe thing going along. I'm curious as to whether it's going to stay in deepest vibe or whether it's going to break from it. Because it's not going to go much farther than that. Because it's definitely a vibe track. For all that it has intensely played drums and is brilliant in its own right, it's simply not targeting the same kind of high energy thing. And part of it is it's got this reggae groove going on where it just sort of burbles along. I think today ended up becoming pretty much 100% tinkering on meter, but I'm okay with that. I'm going to want to go online and enable this most recent version, but then put another version that removes that vibe hype meter. I really feel as if that's where I want to take it. Because it's just too useful. It's just too useful to be aiming that line where you want it to go. So DB, deep vibe, not surprised. That seems legit. And we've got high energy stuff too. Do we have anything chill left over? Probably not Leonard Skinnerd, although that's going to be for. Oh, here's one. This is a beautiful little track. Let me do that one and then do the work I was talking about. This song has brought me to tears at times when that wasn't easily come by. It still pretty much isn't. at a time when I felt very vulnerable. This is off of the Obscured by Clouds album. The same album that Burning Bridges was on. It's a little bit more animated, but it's an extraordinarily chill song. It's probably going to be sitting uncomfortable though, because there's a little too much happening in it. Here's our vibiest section. This Bruce Springsteen thing here is deeply weird. I don't know what to say. Maybe it's because it's just got that kind of energy to it. I really don't know. Count Basie showing up there. Some of the Bruce Springsteen showing up here seems deeply weird. Yeah. In a world where Joy to the World by Three Dog Night is the same as Shadows in the Rain. But yeah, this is a very pretty song. I strongly recommend this song as far as pretty 1972 Pink Floyd. Just before Dark Side. People don't necessarily know about this album. I wonder whether I'll be able to use it in Evermix. If I can't, this is all that you'll be able to hear of it. Hopefully I can. I'm pretty sure it's going to end up in C for comfortable. Yeah. My energy is actually dropping a little bit today. I feel as if I'm going to be very prepared for my nice little taco dinner after today. And the funny thing is I haven't done all that much, but I sure have burned through a lot of these records and talked about what all of this means. And that's important in its own right, because I need to be able to articulate these things if I'm going to be ready to make a video about them and explain what this is. And by the same token, I have to be able to adjust it, like removing that knob there, if what this is requires you to aim the location of this hyperlink appropriately. And I think that should be how that works, that you should do your mix of your best possible song, but then this is the tool for being able to aim the energy that you're aiming at. And if you want it to be really chill, well, you can't really do that while doing too much of the song. If you overcomplicate the song, it will force you to dial it back. If you want the song to be comfortable, you can't push it too far. It'll first go big and then go to attention grabbing. If you want to grab all of the attention, you can't just sit around doing this or being incredibly chill, because that won't actually work. So there's any given song, any given intention requires a different target. And the rest is interpreting what this stuff is and how that works. And interestingly, this is aiming for the closest to deep vibe that you can get while still being comfortable. That tracks. That tracks. It's just barely energy. It's barely a comfortable, smooth energy. So CF for comfortable. Okay, now where did I find that? For heaven's sake. Here it is. We've got a bunch of stuff labeled now. How much? Oh, look at that. We've got almost 3/4 of the song metered and measured and calculated out. That's going to come in useful. We still have a lot more. We're not going to get all the rest of this done today, which is fine. What we are going to do is throw on something that doesn't have to be purely ContentHideD. Like this. Here's a section that's quieter and it's towards the end. And we'll just get that rolling. And then I'm going to go off and, I don't know, make a cup of herbal tea, defrost the food that I need to make for dinner. And I'll be back and we'll figure out what else to do today. The end of this week for streaming. welcome, Gomez. You're the only person sticking around at the moment, but that's because it's been a long, strenuous stream. Oh, it might be the one, but you'll get more. Depending upon how all of this works out, either very soon or fairly soon, parametric is coming. Because parametric is 3 bands of that without the smoothing, set up more similarly to how the Console X version is, which is of course modeled after what the SSL EQ does. Able to do that, then I don't think I would be able to do Console X, and I think Console X is going to come into focus. Weirdly, the mix of this one is acting kind of like a variation on Indie Walls, but less quiet, not as loud. Go figure. So, let's just stop that for a moment. Quit out of there. Here's all the songs I have not yet evaluated. Some of them I've evaluated before, but I had to go and start doing them over again because I made changes. Here's all the ones. Blue dot means it came off of a vinyl record, CD. And the other dots are literally hit status, meaning that the high end of hit status, it doesn't look like you can easily reach. Yes, the owner of Lonely Heart, I haven't done those ones yet either, and I can probably do that before the day is out. It looks like you can't get the biggest of hits in A. Looks like you have to go to B or lower to actually get the biggest of hits. Number 1 hits, or number 1 to number 10 Billboard hits, are indicated with red. Red doesn't get you into the top of the range. I can only assume it's too intense. This gets attention, but you can't get the biggest of hits at this area. So going full on that way is perhaps a mistake. Whereas B will definitely get you into the zone where you can get those biggest of hits. And then there's a little niche in here for Foreigner. All number 10 hits. Creedence, Foreigner, and Hall & Oates all in a row, all with top 10 hits. All coming in as BF. CA, likewise. Bunch of stuff coming in as a top 10 hit in CA. And then also some of the lesser hits. And then here's another dense cluster. Creedence through Ace of Base. Top 10 hits, CC to CD. Boom. Right there. So that's kind of what you're aiming for. If you want really big hits, you have to aim for the market. Here's CE through to CF. And then we start dwindling off a little bit, and by the time we get down here, it is still possible to get big hits, but it's not in as big of a cluster. You can get big hits targeting energy levels as low as this, but around here is kind of where you're aiming for as far as having hits that are mainstream hits. They go here. You aim here. So as such, I got a couple of changes to make. Firstly, let's make sure that this previous one is still available to people. We will go to meter. That's not what I meant to do. Let's try that again. Oh, hey, that didn't work. Now what? Why do I not have... Oh, because I have to go here? Well, shucks, I guess not. Okay. What's up with this? Did the changes that Suadara has made make it impossible for me to put in new releases? Still a draft, do not merge. Well, what happened? Those are failing checks. Did this happen just now? Successful or failing? Well, that's a failing. 4 hours ago. 6 hours ago. So that's not the one I just did. Let's see what we can do regarding figuring out what happened, because we're failing to figure out what happened. So releases. That's from 2 days ago. I just put something just now, and it didn't build me anything. I have no notes. I have no downloads. It says target descriptions, but it's not willing to build. Why? Okay, so target descriptions, we're calling it 014, and there's also this. Here's the pull request. Okay, so you might not be able to download what I did today until we sort this out. So I can think of some things to do already. And we will just have to see if that makes any sense, or if we are in for a world of hurt until Suadara sorts out this stuff. If so, I'm going to go and play Minecraft for the rest of the day. I don't know. For now, already up to date, so I haven't merged that. So all workflows. I don't really know this stuff very well. I'm doing the best I can with it. So colorful updates 2 days ago. Suadara is starting to push stuff into a particular branch called clap. This is the 013 branch. That's the clamp. It hasn't been merged into the main thing. But now I can't build main or 1.4. Why? What has happened? It says that macOS has succeeded. Windows has not. Did I do something to break it? Here we are with benchmarks failing again. Okay, so this failed, and because it failed, I don't get to have the macOS version either. Well, I've only changed. Could it be Sodara changed something in here somehow? I'm a little bit at sea, and I'm not the biggest fan of having working stuff automatically start breaking just because somebody else is doing something else. That's weird. I'm not happy with that part. Why is it even trying to run benchmarks at all? And also, why was that not a problem before? Segmentation violation signal. So that's the thing, is like, well, what could I do to make it not do that if it didn't do that before? And that apparently, woof. Well, this doesn't seem to be working right now, so that's a concern. You merged main branch into clap. This is a distinct branch, so I'm making this one instead. This is a draft, so it's not ready. So it looks like I have the previous build available, but I can't get the new one to do. Like here we've got this. This claims to be the newest release. Well, I've got a newer one, but now it doesn't build, so I can't actually use this one. Or I mean, I can use this one, but I can't actually use the new one. So what we've got going on is I've added helpful labeling and nothing else. Everything else is the same. But I can't share what I did today because it doesn't work. So clearly it's time to fire up Discord and cry to Sodara about this. Although I could always just bump up the version number even more. Or possibly just stick with this tag and keep making changes. Yeah, let's try that. So we'll stick with this tag, make the final change. Knowing that I won't actually be able to use it, but once we do sort it out, everything will be in one chunk. This is what we need. Is these labels for like A tier, B tier, C tier, and so on. Because D for deep vibe and E for even more chill, and of course ultimate chill, are appropriate. What was my... So EB, Grantchester Meadows, counts as even more chill. You can't really get to ultimate chill very easily without being very hypothetical about it all. But yeah, all of that basically works. So I changed this and then it stopped working. And, oh, I can think of something I could try to do. I don't know if it would work, but I could try to do it. What if it is falling down because it started out as 200, and if display width is actually less than this, So across and down. So now it is text score 7 display width -8, meaning please do not attempt to draw outside what the display is known to be. And then 24. That could be what killed the Windows build. I could have been telling it to draw text in an area that's completely outside what it should be able to cope with. And if I do this, then I'm setting a bounding box for the text that's being drawn that is not as big as the full width of the display. And that could be what made it fall down and go boom. Because display width, if that was starting out at 1200, then it would be starting at 7 and going to 1207, but that doesn't actually exist. So we can see whether that does it. We can see whether that does it. And we need to remove hype knob. After stealing this from it, and using it here. We're going to undo a bunch of things there, but we got to do it in Airwindows meter. And somewhere in here we are finding the information that we need. But where? Where, oh, where could it be? So hype is a variable that we are using. And hype meter goes from 0 to 1. And we have a set value that we think it is at. And if we define hype as instead this in reset arrays, and remove some of this stuff. This is now set in stone. Only have hype. Oh, and it's not even being run in reset arrays, is it? So now let's go and find everywhere that we were using that or doing something with it. We don't have any knob A. I'm not quite sure what we do about this, or whether I need to change it in a way that I'm not accounting for. I don't think we need to have it in plugin processor at all. I think we get to lose this bit. So that's not a thing. And that is also likewise not a thing. We don't want that there. And that is not a thing. After all the trouble I went to get this to work, now I'm making it go away again. Huh. That is not a thing. And then we don't have a send to hype from here or up here. Hopefully it's all going to behave itself once I've got it sorted out. No button for that. Meaning we're going to have stuff in here that doesn't relate. Up at the top, that is not a thing. Go away. That is not a thing. That is not a thing. Goodbye. And that is not a thing. And over here in Airwindows UI, we've got that declared as exactly the default. And this is just using it directly. And I don't think we're ever calling draw linear slider. So this could actually go away now. Does it build? No. Why? Because of an undefined symbol. Well, it's talking a lot of nonsense now. Oh, have we failed to? We've got a definition. Okay, so maybe I have an idea as to what happened. I bet I know. We've made this go away, but we didn't remove this. Let's try that. Can you build? If you can build, can we run? If this works, I'm uploading it. Pressure drop. Alrighty. So this is Robert Palmer's Pressure Drop. Great little song. And the pressure's going to drop on me because removing that knob seems to have worked. Good enough for me. So you don't get to have this, not until me and Sodara figure out what went wrong. Jonathan, that's for a reason. I have a different way of accomplishing the same thing now. And you can still download an old build because the old builds aren't actually going away. In fact, for the time being, you can't not have the Vibe and Hype slider because I can't use the current version build. And I'm not sure why. Oh wait, no, I haven't. I think maybe I figured it out. So we're going to let this keep going. But like I said, so I've taken away Vibe and Hype slider because what you need to do is aim the line at what you want. It doesn't make any sense to adjust the calibration of the meter to pretend that vibe stuff is more what you're aiming for and have the line go higher when the line is actually more of a sort of hype and general excitement line. What you do is you aim the line. Like this, a pressure drop, is going to come in at like a C class. It's probably not even going to make it to B. And that's because it is a comfortable track. And it's not pushing so much wild excitement that it's going to take off into a higher realm. But I hasten to add that A for attention, you probably can't get a top 10 hit in the A zone. You have to aim lower. You can do all of the hype and all of the energy and so on, and there's a bunch of stuff that does, up to and including Ozzy's Crazy Train. But you cannot get a top 10 hit that way because you're not aiming at a large enough audience. Bottom line. So to aim for a large enough audience, you basically have to aim for here. Or thereabouts. Like this is finishing up, but like here, we'll scroll down to where there's all of the top 10 hits in a row. Whether it be Doobie Brothers, Stevie Nicks, Stevie Wonder, CC. Here's where you aim for your top 10 hit. Robert Palmer is probably going to get there with this, because this is the end of his song where he starts belting. But that's how that has to be used. You cannot make the meter work properly by adjusting the position of a vibe and hype slider in order to try to do something where the line will go higher and that will give you what you want. Yeah. And Back in Black is a lot closer than some of the other ones. Like here, this is going. I am pretty sure that our AC/DC lives right up here. Yeah, like there's Let There Be Rock, BC. You Shook Me All Night Long is probably the biggest thing, and that is BA. So you can aim for B, you can aim for big, but nothing in the A tier actually makes the top 10. My conclusion there is that it's just too high intensity. You can be too high energy. Mind you, that's only the top 10. Pretty much everything here, everything that's a really big deal, goes into the A category to make enough of an impact on the world and be noticed. And so you get attention by going there. Okay, so Robert Palmer, pressure drop. Where were we at? Okay. CD. Which is a very good thing to aim at. And now we need to find out whether me setting the size of the text with which I'm drawing that information to larger than the size of the window is what caused Windows to segfault when trying to build it and test it. And there's a way to do that. So we're in meter. We built, and so I will happily just delete that stuff. It's commented out anyhow. Whoop, hard to move some of these things sometimes. It's zipping around a little bit too eagerly. Save and build that again, just cause. Very good. I think we've taken everything out that I need to, and I don't know if I have anything lingering around here that could cause a problem. Other than we have some kind of definition up here where parameters actually has a knob defined. And we don't actually want that. So knob A, enum starts with 0. So n params is the number of parameters, so 0 plus 1 is 1. So if we know we're not going to have any, we just make this enum. It has an identity, so if anything does refer to this, it doesn't die. But then we're claiming that the number of parameters is 0 and making that one button which can reset everything. But it doesn't seem to fall into this category. Let's build that, see if it builds. It should. It did. And now we do git add a, git commit, we're going to call that remove vibe hype knob. And push this. In theory, we're not actually using Suodara's attempts to build something. So in theory, having made that one change, if that was what was causing the problem, we just fixed it. And then we're going to jump to tag 015 just because we have the new change. And push that as well. And then in about 10 minutes, we'll find out whether it even worked. If not, I got to run to Suodara for help because I'm out of luck. We shall see. And I'll look back in on that in a minute. But yeah. So like you say, so that's why Back in Black the single was not a top 10. Bottom line is you can't go too intense with stuff without not being able to hit top 10 with it. Some of these things get pretty close, like Pink Floyd's Money gets pretty close. Jukebox Hero gets pretty close to the top 10. They're also on the bottom edge of A tier. REM's Can't Get There From Here is on the bottom edge of A tier. Sympathy for the Devil is on the bottom edge of A tier. Victoria by the Kinks, bottom edge of A tier. Similarly, I measured the entire Tom Petty album, Damn the Torpedoes, because I thought I would find that the highest rating gave you the biggest hit, but that is not what happened. The highest rating is Shadow of a Doubt. That's a really up-tempo aggressive song. That's not the biggest hit. But then we scroll down looking for Tom Petty. Century City, really hard rockin' song, BBB, not a hit. Tom Petty Refugee, BD, top 25 hit. What do you do in my life? Not a hit. Keep going into Centerville, where everyone looks the same. This is also where Sneak and Sally lives. Tom Petty, Even the Losers. BE, Here Comes My Girl. BE, these are some of the biggest hits off of that album. Louisiana Rain, CA. You Tell Me, CB. I don't think he has anything mellower than that, so I think that about covers it. We can look by date modified, and that should tell me more about it. Okay, so here is all of the tracks. Check it out. Check it out. So here's every Tom Petty song from Damn the Torpedoes in basically order of how quickly I edit them or something like that. And it starts with like Refugee, and then Here Comes My Girl, and so on. But their biggest hit is CD. That's what you aim at for giant top 10 hits. Look, we got Stevie Nicks and Bruce Springsteen all hovering around in the same place. All of that stuff, CC, DF, BE, BD, BD. Tom Petty, CD is his biggest hit. Then there's a BD, which is the second biggest hit. And that's how that rolls. Up just a little bit above, we've got Bruce Springsteen off of The River with Hungry Heart. It's BC. And Ace of Base's biggest hits, CD, BE, and BF. Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit, CB, partly because it's so bright. You have to target something other than A, or you don't have a massive giant hit. Aerosmith, Dream On, BC. You can be big. Duran Duran, perfectly clean copy, nothing wrong with that one. BA, Hungry Like the Wolf. You can't target A to get a hit. You can target A to get attention. You can't target A to get a hit. Van Halen, 1984 Jump, BD. Biggest hit. Panama, CB. A is for cult classics or fan favorites, getting attention, doing something. More Than a Feeling, AF. Okay, so that managed to be a top 10 hit, and it's still an A, but it's AF, it's almost in B. That's as close as it can get to being in B. Police, DB, CE, CE. Every Breath You Take, hugest massive hit ever, CE. You aim for the range you're aiming at. Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic. I always wondered why it was that wasn't pegging the meter, because I knew how big of a hit it was. CC. It was pegging the meter, but in a rather special way. Here's some more. Vangelis, Chariots of Fire titles, huge massive hit, BD. Foreigner, Double Vision, BF. Hot Blooded, BF. Bunch of stuff I've done recently. Hey, Tommy Two-Tone, BD. Michael Cimbello, CF. And there you got Rolling Stones, Street Fighting Man, incredibly memorable song. Fan favorite among Rolling Stones. One of the things that got them Altamont, where people just freaked the heck out and went nuts at their concerts. AB, top 100, no higher than that. It's not even top 25. Mind you, they're getting like top 10, Honky Tonk Women, Jumpin' Jack Flash, but DD, CF. You aim for what you're trying to do. Beast of Burden, that was a big hit for them, CA. Creedence, top 10 hit, Down on the Corner, CA. Creedence, top 10 hit, Proud Mary, CB. U2 managed to make it all the way into A tier with a top 10 hit, and it's With or Without You, but you'll notice that all the beginning of that is very chill. That is one that slowly ramps up to its height of frenzy. So as long as we're derping around doing this in our last 15 minutes or so, let's check out a Lynyrd Skynyrd song that is a ballad and see if that follows the instructions here in any way. So this is Tuesdays Gone by Lynyrd Skynyrd. But let's jump over and try to find... I bet I know where to look for it. Phil Collins, In the Air Tonight, Top 25, DA. I'm telling you. You can get mainstream success by aiming for the mainstream. You don't aim for the most rock and roll madman out there. Unless you want to. I mean, there is a catch to this advice. You can move more numbers by aiming for the mainstream in this exact way. However, Ozzy made a career off the back of Crazy Train. So you're not necessarily aiming for the biggest chart success so much as you are demonstrating who you are and what you are as an artist, and then you can do other stuff that sells the numbers. But yeah, it makes sense. And bearing in mind, you have to have a bunch of what we're looking at on the screen going to even get into the realms of like C or B or whatever. Like, this track is absolutely going into the B zone, but it's probably not going to go for A because it's a ballad. And you see how it's doing it is it's backing off the throttle a little bit. It's becoming more chill. It's not completely full of rock and roll hysterics at all times. And the bed of the sound, all those green dots mean those are slews that are less intense than the peak energy. So we've got like a warm sound going on. It's not too 80s. Even though we do also have high frequencies kicking around in the range that we want them to kick around in. Did Freebird. Let's quickly have a look at where I found Lynyrd Skynyrd. Yeah, Lynyrd Skynyrd, Freebird. Apparently not a hit, but BA. Not A, BA. So you may very well want to go for biggest and have that count as a big old hit. Did I measure Meatloaf? I think I did. I was busy talking and forgot. Where would he be? Meatloaf, Paradise by the Big Dashboard Light, Top 100, and it is BC. So calling the B category biggest is actually quite apropos. Because as far as sales is concerned, B is bigger than A. A is for attention. A is for making stuff that will last, that your fans will remember forever. B is for reaching into the mainstream, and C is for nailing the mainstream. And you don't necessarily want to go as hard as you would if you were going for like A. And it makes sense. Like, it explains all the stuff where it didn't really register. You know, why is it that this song that I know is a humongous, massive hit is not pegging off the top of the meter? Yeah, well, it's because it is nailing the exact middle of the road. Oh, and look, Tuesdays Gone is actually going higher than Freebird. All right. I'm given to understand that this is a fan favorite. I don't know Lynyrd Skynyrd fandom well enough to really be sure, but I'm given to understand that this is a fan favorite. Well, this would fall under that category. Of like, yeah, this is the one that you do when you're the fan of the band and want it to go there. Oh, did you check and find out that it didn't build? I'm going to have to do some work on that. I'm not going to be able to do anything for you in the last 8 minutes of stream. Let me have a peek. Don't see anything further there. So what else happened? Windows still didn't build. Oh, you're going to have to wait a long time, I fear. Sorry. Meanwhile, and bear in mind, the changes that I've made today were to add these words over here and to remove the knob. And you can do the same thing of removing the knob by just don't adjust it. It's the same. All you got to do is just not adjust it and it'll work the same. So technically the only thing you're missing is what I added here. And it is to underscore what is already being known by the letters. We just didn't have what those letters meant. So I'll tell you what I'll do is put this up on screen so that you can see it once this is finished doing its thing. I will bring up that code again. So I can let you see everything that I'm trying to build and can't. Also, look at the way the high frequency stuff is just blending in completely with this. This is a good sign as far as having things sound right. So Tuesday's gone high on the fan favorite rankings, I would say. AF. That's cool. I like that. Now, so what you were looking for this is what you don't get today because I can't build it. So it'll say from FA to E, even more chill or ultimate chill. So E counts as even more chill. D counts as deep vibe. So when you say D, think of deep vibe. C is for comfortable, although I might even be able to, like, that doesn't really sum up what it's able to deliver. Like, this is the center of the mass audience. I don't know if I want to make so many changes when I can't actually build them. Comfortable doesn't really represent what this means for mass audience marketing. But I'm, shall we say, comfortable with leaving it that way. B is for biggest and A is for attention. And that's what I tried to add today. It's pretty much all I tried to add today. And so yeah, we don't get to do this when Windows is failing. Sorry. Boot performance segfault, so that segfaulted. I don't know why it started to. I wonder if I can go to a previous one that built and see whether it actually tries to do that. But we'll find out. So that would be one that actually built, and that's interesting. But that's on a different branch, I think. And there's the last one that's actually built. So if I look at that, Okay, it does tests. Is it doing all the tests, though? Plug in val. I need to open this in a different frame so that I can see, go back and forth between each of them. That's not the right button to click. This is. Common. C is for common. So here's our most recent workflow action. There is Windows, and here is the thing that failed. So configure, build, and test. For this, it is configure, build, and test. So what's different? Because we got to build in both cases, and both are fine. But in this one, it screams and dies. Why? Here's the one that worked. This stuff is still working. Oh, because this is the one that worked, okay. Here's where it starts to fail. Benchmark, okay, so 4 boot performance benchmarks XE. Boot performance, benchmarks XE, okay. Processor constructor. Processor constructor. So that's weird. What's going on there? Oh, I'm out of time. Oh well. Total test time, real. And this time it dies in 2.89 seconds, which is less time than that. Okay. Well, I'll catch you folks next week. It does not look as if this is going to be the plugin to drop this weekend. Just saying, like if I can't even make it build, I'm kind of out of luck. That's okay, we'll keep working on it. Next week we can do more. So it's probably going to be like parametric or something. Anywho. I will see you folks later. It's been a time. And take care of yourselves and catch you later. Bye-bye. Connect back up again. Okay, I did a dumb thing. I'm back. So here's the thing that I was trying to do in the first place, which is say goodbye and fade 2 titles. So let's do that correctly. I know I'm frazzled, but I didn't mean to be that frazzled. See you next week. Bye-bye.